Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the invocation by Steve Norman, followed by the flag salute. Please stand.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. Lord, this is the day that you have made. Your word reminds us that we will rejoice and be glad in it. And yet on this day, there are many that have probably suffered all different kinds of things that have disrupted their life. We think of those that are suffering in the areas that were ripped apart by weather and inclement conditions. And we keep them in our prayers tonight. We're thankful, Father, that you are one that hears the cries of every individual person. Tonight, Lord, I pray that you give wisdom to our city leaders. And I pray, God, that as we come into your presence, that you continue to lead and guide us all to see Hemet become the place that you intended it to be. In Jesus' name, amen.
Flag, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will take comments from the public. Now, I do have quite a few speaker slips. We are going to take comments on items 5, 6, and 7. Otherwise, the rest of the public speakers speaking slips will be saved for the regular meeting at 7 o'clock. So I have some that have opted to speak now. And if you did not, then just raise your hand when we're done. Okay. So first we have Steve Norman. You will have 10 minutes.
Distinguished City Council members and Honorable Mayor Meyer. My family and I moved here in the fall of 1999. We felt called to help a small church that had just been planted right across the street from Weston Park. There were many times during that first year that I questioned whether or not we'd made the right choice. One of the reasons for that was the seemingly detached group of people in the park that were called homeless. As I got to get to know many of them in time, my fear of them grew into a compassion for their needs. And for the better part of the next 15 years, I reached out to a culture that I felt needed us. As our relationship grew, I began to notice that the activities of that culture, however, grew from being somewhat benign to increasingly criminal. Businesses were closing all around us. The media was reporting more and more of the challenges we were facing as a city with an increasing uptick in crime. As I began to ponder how to help, it became evident that feeding and providing the services we were providing were not working. Instead, it seemed that we were somewhat complicit in helping a culture that had dramatically changed and gotten far worse. We then started a neighborhood watch group called Hemet Gatekeepers. Eventually, due to the success and immediate impact of that group, many of which were volunteers like our mayor, the Bureau of Security and Investigative Services governed by the Department of Consumer Affairs contacted us, and in a kind way, they assigned a liaison to help us be licensed as a security contractor. Of all the surprises, incredible growth after that, nothing became more apparent to me than that the fact that we had help from the Hemet Police Department. In just 4 short years, Hemet Gatekeepers has grown from a group of volunteers to now close to 50 employees. Contracted to protect people and property with over 700 commercial buildings and 25,000 homes in HOA communities, as well as serving the city of Hemet by locking the parks and inspecting them twice every night. There are many reasons for that success. The support of our city leaders, such as the council, the support of business owners, managers, HOAs, the public at large. I think I was so deeply impacted when one time I heard a citizen say, "Oh, I didn't know we had security now." And they were referring to us, which was a great feather in our cap. We received many commendations and praise from many arenas. But without the support that we received from the Hammett Police Department, our job would be next to impossible. Every year, we evolve into a stronger and more efficient company, in part due to the influence and help from many of the officers, men and women, such as Dixon, Brock, Hyatt, Reynoso, Walker, Gomez, Tattagui, McDonough, Detweiler, Del Bono, and Bishop, just to name a few. In a few short words, they have had our back. I'm reminded of a scene of one of my favorite movies, Remember the Titans. It chronicled the true story of a high school football team dealing with racial integration in the early 1970s. As that team became an example of overcoming impossible odds, they found themselves at the end of the season in the state championship game, at halftime facing the possible defeat for the first time in the year. Up until then, they were undefeated with a perfect record. As the coach was trying to prepare them for the possibility of defeat, he started to say this, and I quote, "It's all right. We're in a fight. You boys are doing all you can do. Anybody can see that. Win or lose, we're going to walk out of this stadium with our heads held up high. Do your best." That's all anybody can ask for. At that point, one of the star defensive linemen stepped up and said, "No, it's not, coach. With all due respect, you demanded more of us. You demanded perfection. I'm not saying I'm perfect, because I'm not. And I'm not going to ever be, but none of us are. We have won every single game that we have played until now. This team is perfect. We stepped on that field that way tonight. And if it's all the same to you, coach, I intend to leave it that way." City councilors and leaders, administrators, police department, fire, code, security, none of us are perfect. But as an eternal optimist, I believe we can be together on the same team. In November of 2020, one of our own, Officer Bishop, was shot and injured in the line of duty. He survived. A few inches either direction could have been far more fatal. That family could have been without a husband and a father. I think there's a few things you should know about Officer Bishop. After 7 months of rehab, Officer Bishop returned to duty in July of 2021. 90% of officers that are shot in the line of duty and survive never come back. Officer Bishop doesn't live in Hammett. Most of our officers don't. The reason being is that it's safer for them to live somewhere else, particularly since the latest statistics show that violent crime is 100% higher than it was last year at this time. Yet even though Officer Bishop, as well as our other police officers, could make more money in other cities with less crime, they still choose, let me reiterate that, they choose to work here. They protect and they serve us by risking their lives every single day. Even though Officer Bishop, as well as our other officers, face 5 to 6 times lesser of a chance of going home safe to their family than the rest of all occupations in the rest of the nation, he still comes to work. I am coming to a close. Officer Bishop is a shooting victim, will always be in need of some type of medical assistance and rehabilitation for the rest of his life. City council members, you live here. You serve this city in a way that you do because you care about Hammett. Trust me, as someone who has spent countless hours on the streets of this city when most are sleeping, that we need to be even more proactive than we are today. But it'll cost money and resources, which I know will be a challenge to provide. I've seen firsthand what doing little or nothing looks like. I've been to Portland, Eugene, Seattle, and Minneapolis. I've listened to officers who were told to stand down and disavow the oath they took to protect and serve. And instead, they feel as though they have to cower to the felonious acts of criminals. I watched and was on the streets on that night when those who came here and said they were going to demonstrate really came to riot and burn our city down over a year ago. When their true intentions were realized and they started to try and burn down our city, it was our police officers that stood in the front line with the support of other agencies, and they said this: not in our town. I personally witnessed evil in a way I've never seen before. Yet as our officers chased those thugs out of town, and yes, I mean thugs, they shouted back at us as a city that they were coming back the next night to finish what they had started, not to demonstrate, but to burn Hemet down. And we were ready. HPD, RSO, CHP, city leaders, security, business owners said yet again, not in our town. And might I say, it was a very proud moment for this city at large. City council women and men, I'm asking you along with the city of Hemet to stand up as you have so many times in the past and say, not in our town, to the many challenges that we face. Number one, let us not be known as the city that trains excellent officers and yet loses them to higher paying cities. Let us not be known as one of the lowest paying cities for its police officers. Let us not be known as one of the cities of having the lowest amount of officers per 1,000 residents. Counselors, let us send a message to our officer Bishop, our other officers, his family, all of the men and women that serve so faithfully in the Hemet Police Department, that we are willing to make sacrifices in our budget, not only to pay them more, but to provide the necessary resources they need to protect us and them as well. I believe, in my humble opinion, they not only deserve it, but they've earned it. Thank you for your time.
All right, now, and I have the list of requests to speak forms. It doesn't look like there's anyone else that has anything with the items 5, 6, or 7. Is there anyone that filled out a form that would like to speak now? Just raise your hand. Go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes.
I did fill out a form. I just want to speak now instead of at 7.
That's fine.
Okay, so in lieu of what the city has just gone through and what we've had to go through, I'd like to recognize a few people that made this happen. So I'd like to start by thanking a few people. Lori Van Arnsdale, you never seem to disappoint when it comes to running a campaign. You seem to know how to dig up the past on people better than anyone I have ever come across. You beat them hands down. Howie Rosenthal, you, sir, if I can call you that, are not even a resident of Hemet and yet always feel the need to put your 2 cents in whenever we are voting on new candidates for city council. If you would put half that much energy into selling the empty buildings and open lots with your name on them, Hemet would benefit a lot better. Eric Gosh, let me thank you for always getting out your checkbook when a resident of Hemet wants to run for city council. You get your friends and family to do the same, thinking that if you throw enough money at them to ruin their reputation, that you have gained something. If you took all the money that you have wasted and put it into good use for Hemet could have a really nice youth center with your name on the front. Being the 2nd largest employer in Hemet, not only do you help the economy, but you could also help keep the youth off the streets. That would be a better use of your money. And last but not least, I would like to thank Linda and Russ for having the city spend $30,000 to $100,000 on a special election that didn't need to happen. All you two had to do was to vote Joe in until the election came back around. No harm, no foul, but you just couldn't let that happen. Was it that your friends that I have mentioned would not back you up when it was your turn for votes? Is it that you are afraid the past might come back to haunt you? Whatever reason you tell yourself, look what has happened every time a resident thinks they might want to help Hemet and make a difference. You and your friends drag their name and family through the mud. It's a disgrace. Hemet deserves better. The residents deserve better. We have real problems that you should be putting your energy on. Water wells that are falling apart, our streets that have not seen paved in decades, getting new businesses, but yet you want to waste our time and tax dollars making sure you keep recycling your friends. For what? So Hemet stays this dumpy little town with a handful of people that think they know what's best. Look how that's been working for us so far. Homeless is out of control. Car theft, drugs, deaths. So please enlighten the rest of us on how to make Hemet a jewel of the valley with actions like this. And I say this not because I'm trying to be mean or disrespectful, but this is how it seems to go every single time a resident comes up and wants to run for city council. We have the same people that step in and think that they know best for this city. And then we end up dragging those poor people through the mud so other people don't want to step up and run for city council. And I think it's really sad that we have a handful of people that can do that and make a disgrace out of what we're trying to make better. So that's the only reason I am doing that. And I am calling them out because nobody else wants to say it. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any e-comments or anyone on Zoom?
If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand. And I see one participant, and we'll unmute you now. You are now live with the meeting, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, you're live with the city council, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, you can proceed with your comment for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. This is David Prieto. I'm a Hemet Fire Captain and serve as the president of the Hemet Firefighters Association. I just wanted to make a public comment to thank our mayor, Hartley Meyer, for her last year of service, serving as the mayor, putting herself last all year, and the city first, the residents first, the employees first, her fellow council members first. Even before her own personal health, she put the city first. So we thank you, Carly. I know that so many city employees thank you, and the citizens thank you for all your hard work, your heart, your leadership, and everything you've done over the last years. Thank you very much. And my last comment is to congratulate our council member-elect for District 4, Mr. Joe Males. We wish you the best of luck over the next 3 years, and look forward to the positive changes you can bring to our city, and working together with the council and our city manager to improve Hemet and move us forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Excellent. Was there anyone else that was here that wanted to speak tonight? Ms. Fletcher? When you're done, Dennis, just fill out a speaker slip for me, would you? When you're done, just fill out a speaker slip. When you're done, go ahead.
Council members and Madam Mayor, my name is Dennis Fletcher. I used to be the good news reporter for the Chronicle, but now I'm just any kind of news for Hemet News. So that's who I am. I had the privilege of participating in the last campaign. I interviewed most of the candidates. They did a good job arguing their case. Before that, we had a city council that was sort of 3 against 2, and then it was 2 against 3, and we had a lot of rancor. But I have a feeling that there's going to be a change coming. One of the things that made me feel that there's a change coming in this council is that at the last meeting, we had a city, CityNet propose a rather controversial contract to help the homeless, and there were two choices for it. There was one without a lot of bucks, go out and talk to them, and there's another one where he shelled out a lot of bucks and put up 10 rooms. They each held 4 people, so that took 40 people off the street, but that cost some money. And so who was the person that moved immediately to accept the larger option? It was a gentleman right here that I'm looking at, Russ, and he stepped up and said, let's adopt this bigger option. That surprised me. I didn't exactly have him in that camp, but I do now. And I'll tell you another little secret. I asked him after the meeting when he came out, I said, hey, that really surprised me, but I said, that was great. I said, I was amazed that you did that. And his words were, it's time for us to make a big change. So I'm going to compliment you. And I want to say to the whole city council that with Joe coming back and everybody that's on the council, I'm hoping this is a new day where everybody can work together. And that's my hope and my prayer.
Great, thank you. Right, that sounds like it's the end of public comment. Next, we go on to item number 5, certification of election results. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, on November 2nd, the city participated in a special election. And on November 18th, we received from the County Registrar of Voters the results, and that canvas provided was declaring Joe S. Males as the winner of the 2021 special election. If you bear with me, I'll give you those exact numbers. With Joe Males in the win, 1,300 to 1,143 votes. And that concludes the report on the official canvas from the registrar. And so brought to you tonight is to adopt the resolution reciting the facts of the consolidated general election held on November 2nd, 2021, declaring the result thereof, and such other matters as declared in the staff report.
Thank you. Okay, do you want to make a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council certifying the election results and declaring the results thereof.
Second.
Second, any further discussion? Okay, with that, can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Okay, item 6A, oath of office. Mr. Males, want to come up? Clerk?
Oh, okay. Mr. Males, if you'll raise your right hand. I, Joe S. Males.
I, Joe S. Males,
Solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, we did it. We did it. Put my pen on.
Take your seat, Mr. Miles. Councilmember Miles.
Okay, item number 7, city clerk. We have the city council reorganization.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, item 7A is the city council reorganization, nominations for the office of mayor and mayor pro tem to serve until December 13th, 2022. And the recommendation is that the Hemet City Council will select mayor and mayor pro tem to serve until December 13th, 2022. And so I'll call for the nominations of the office of mayor to serve until December 13th, 2022. And the Mayor, you can open up the nominations now to see if any city council members of the Hemet City Council will call for any nominations.
Okay, we're going to open up nominations.
I'd like to nominate Malcolm Lilienthal for mayor.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Do we have a roll call vote?
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa to nominate Councilmember Lilienthal as the mayor. Little suspense music. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Males,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes to nominate Councilmember Lowenthal as the next mayor. Next part of the staff report is selection of the mayor pro tem. The newly elected mayor can call for nominations for the office of mayor pro tem to serve until December 13th, 2022. And I'd like to ask Mayor Lilienthal to open up the nominations and to ask for anyone on the council to nominate someone as mayor pro tem.
Well, guys, let's open this up for a decision. I'd like to nominate Linda as the mayor pro tem.
I'll second that.
Right, any further discussion?
I'd like to nominate Carly as mayor pro tem just to keep you in the loop with all the changes that have been made and keep that ongoing. You know, keep what's been going for the last year positive and flowing the way it's been running. So that's just my idea.
All right.
So we have a motion and a substitute, and we need to vote on the substitute. I do need to hear a second. I heard a motion by Councilmember Males. Is there a second?
I can second it, I suppose, but I don't need.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Males, second by Mayor Meyer. Excuse me, Councilmember Meyer to elect Councilmember Meyer as the mayor pro tem. Roll call is Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Mills.
Reiterate the question, please. I had to put my ears on.
We're calling for the your motion to nominate Councilmember Meyer as mayor pro tem.
Yes.
Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
that motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're going to reorganize now and we'll take a recess.
We'll take a short recess, absolutely.
Great.
appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm. My heart's beating to that. Oh my gosh. We're going to call this meeting back to order. We're going to move to item number 8, and we will now recess to closed session.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'll be talking to you. Thank you. Oh, we're leaving?
Just wanted to make a quick announcement. If there's anyone who wishes to speak at the regular session meeting, we do have speaker cards in the foyer and also here at the city clerk's desk. So if wishes to speak who hasn't filled out a speaker card already, just wanted to make a brief announcement that there's speaker cards here. Thank you.
lot of people are being bribed with pizza. Mom's podcast, etc.
Mom's podcast is crazy.
No, LA was.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get
Cheap
bribed
pizza.
by a piece of pizza. For the
I
vaccine.
would. Jessica, where the pen go?
Just to be like.
Councilmember Krupa, just want to make sure you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. It's 8:03 and we will now reconvene the regular city council meeting. We're going to move to item number 19A. Next, due to its scheduled time at 8 o'clock. So the city council's procedure for public hearing will be as follows. So staff will provide a report and clarification of the items presented, and the public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor or those in opposition of the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. Discussion will be brought back to city council for direction or action. Can we get a report from staff on this item?
So Mayor, before the council take this item up, I just want to note that I do have a family member that works for BB&K. I have not been involved in any of the process related to the RFP or the RFQ. Based on an analysis provided, there isn't a conflict of interest, but for the sake of transparency and the public, I will go ahead and leave the dais and recuse myself from this discussion, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's item before you is conduct a public hearing and receive direction regarding the redistricting process and authorization to enter into a professional services agreement with Best and Krieger for the redistricting consulting services. And we'll jump right into the background. On April 12, 2016, the City Council adopted Ordinance 1916, transitioning the city's method of election from an at-large system to a district-based system. In 2016, the city held elections for districts 1, 3, and 4, in which only residents residing within a particular district could vote for their city council representative. In 2018, the city held elections for districts 2 and 5, which completed the transition to the bi-district electoral system. Now, the city of Hemet has established its boundaries in 2016. The boundaries are based on the 2010 federal census, which signifies that the city must now update the boundaries through the redistricting process. Each city with district-based elections is required to update, aka redistrict, the district boundaries every 10 years following the receipt of updated population data from the federal decennial census. To remain in compliance with state law, the City Council must now adopt new district boundaries by no later than April 17th, 2022. The City Clerk's office took the lead on October 14, 2021 to solicit and obtain competitive bids that were released by our procurement administrator. With 77 vendors that were notified including the one that we previously used for the 2016 redistricting process. The bid process closed on November 1st, 2021. 2 proposals were received by Best and Krieger and Gianovo Solutions, Inc. Best and Krieger came in first, qualified at 44,000, and Gianovo Solutions at 52,950. The bids were reviewed by staff, city clerk staff, and Best and Krieger was identified as the lowest bidder in the amount of 44,000. Staff is recommending Best and Krieger for redistricting consulting services to ensure voter data, legal requirements, mapping services, and full redistricting services are completed before the April 17, 2022 date. So tonight, staff is recommending to open a public hearing and take public testimony, if any, adopt the resolution, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents. And that's my report, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one registered comment online. Judy Rice, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you'll be live with the city council.
Thank you. I have been following, I was present when the city went into districting and understand part of the process, but I have also been spending the last 4 months working with the state redistricting and providing comments, trying to promote Hemet as a complete unit when they're doing their redistricting, and watched Riverside Board of Supervisors doing it. And I'm hoping that you will follow the state mandates and the state impartial redistricting thing, as opposed to the more inexpert, inartful of the Board of Supervisors. The State Redistricting Commission actually listens to public comments, evaluates them, follows all of the state mandated requirements, which you're going to have to follow too, in terms of equal population, VRA districts, keeping things compact, as well as communities of interest. And I hope you don't limit the voting population and actually promote much more visibility so that all of the communities of Hemet are represented. Because I remember when they did the first one, they just divided it up basically so each sitting council person had their own district and did not have to face each other in a potential runoff. Because you have to think outside the box. You have to understand that you are now 90,000 people in the city of Hemet, with another 20,000 in East Hemet and another 16,000 in Val Vista, who are not going to be represented as well because they're unincorporated, but they still need, and frankly, I hope you think about annexing these areas so they have representation. But we're cut up in a lot of different districts. So we need to make sure that our local representation really, truly helps us speak our needs to the upper levels of government agencies and not fractured as we are now. Downtown is in what, 4 or 5 districts. You can't get anything done in downtown because the business district is cut up. Residential and mobile home parks, everybody has vested interests, and they need to be able to figure that they have a voice with you. So I'm hoping you think outside the box and obey the jingles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rice. If there's anyone else on the Zoom call that wishes to speak, now is the time to raise your hand for this public hearing on redistricting 19A. Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, we have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna close public hearing and bring it back to council.
All right. Like Mrs. Rice just said, I want to make sure we definitely listen to the people. I mean, we were ignored on the county level, and we all know that since we sent in our letter and got the response we got, right? So we can hopefully make sure that the public is more than welcome to come and participate in this. So.
Yeah, I think it's important that obviously we have to follow the law and the mandates that direct how we go about it. But I think it's important to get public input and consider public input where it's legally feasible so that we don't violate the state law in the process. I'd like the city attorney, if you could just briefly share, because in the staff report, it talks about we have to do this every 10 years. And it's been less than 10 years since we established the district. So if you could address that, please.
Absolutely. So you did this the first time because you went to districts from at-large elections. Additionally, state law requires local government to do redistricting after the completion of the census. So when you did it back in 2016, you were going based off of old census data. The HEMIT in 2021 is not HEMIT in 2011 or even HEMIT in 2016. So once that data came out and the data was transmitted to the city clerk's office, I believe in August or beginning of September, it was a little late. So it came in at the beginning of September. That started the process. You are fortunate because your general election isn't until November of next year. So you do have some time to get this done. A lot of agencies, they have primaries in the early part of next year. And that's why you've seen so many other agencies scrambling.
I appreciate that, because if you were paying attention to the dates and doing the simple math, it seems like we're doing it earlier than we have to. So I appreciate that explanation.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to adopt this resolution and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents with Best and Krieger.
I'll second that.
Can we have a roll call?
We have a motion by Mayor Meyer and a second by Councilmember Krupa to approve and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, awarding a professional services agreement with Best and Krieger in the amount of $44,000 for redistricting consulting services, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Males?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we'll move to the city attorney's report from closed session. City attorney, can we get a report out?
Absolutely. It is working. On item 12A, there is no reportable action. On item 12B, settlement direction was given to the city attorney and city manager by a vote of 5-0. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, city attorney. We will now move to communications from the public. To accommodate public comment, we have made some temporary changes to this part of our agenda that were necessitated to comply with COVID-19 directives. There's a 3-minute person time limit to all general public comments on non-public hearing items, and all who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. And for those who wish to join by Zoom, you'll be asked to raise your hand if you would like to speak, and please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comments for items listed on the agenda. Beginning with Pat Gregory. followed by Sue Savage.
Council, Mayor. I'd like to thank the Investment Oversight Committee for hiring a professional money management team. When I first moved to Hemet, I was concerned that the financial holdings of the city were managed by one person with unknown qualifications. So when Sue Savage advocated for an investment oversight committee, I strongly supported her. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case. I need to put on record what I believe are strong concerns about our city treasurer. I recently received an unsolicited email from Sue where she accused me of stalking her in a store. For the record, I didn't do it. She goes on in this email to accuse the city council of having their hands in the pockets of Hemet citizens. That's pretty much a quote. Ms. Savage then tries to take credit for interest generated by bonds that were actually purchased by her predecessor. But more importantly, the bonds that she comments on do not follow California law. My concern is that she doesn't understand the law and is misleading the public as to their validity. To my knowledge, there has not been a treasurer report since January. Yet when Ms. Savage was running for treasurer, she criticized the past treasurer because she did not file monthly reports. Ms. Savage herself said the reports are required by law. One last point is that our city treasurer is sending out emails to citizens about treasury-related matters and uses a private email address and not a city email. So again, I would like to express my thanks as a citizen that you are putting important financial decisions in the hands of professional money managers. When I read the agenda item, I noticed that there's proposed changes, giving the financial decision-making to the city manager or as designate. And I hope that it continues to be a professional management group and not the city manager. I understand the language had to be put that way, but again, we do need, for our over $100 million, we need professionals to handle the investments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sue Savage.
My name is Sue Savage. I am the elected treasurer of Hemet. Tonight is an exciting night for City Council. Hemet gets a new mayor and councilman. I remember 1 year ago my excitement when I became treasurer of Hemet. I had promised the citizens I was going to earn them more money on their tax dollars. Now that I was elected, it was time to go to work and do what I had promised. In January, I took $1 million out of the bank where it was earning $100 and invested it to earn $7,100 a year. In February, I took another $1 million out of the bank and invested it to earn $8,000 a year. In 2 months, I, Hemet treasurer, had earned Hemet citizens about $15,000 more in interest. This was working really well for the taxpayers. Hemet taxpayers have $140 million in the bank. In March, I wanted to invest again, but got an email from the finance director who said I needed her permission to invest. I thought the treasurer invested the people's money, yet the finance director was telling me, the treasurer, she had canceled my investment. In March, City Council voted to remove me, the treasurer, from investing and instead have the city manager invest for Hemet citizens. The city manager is not elected by the citizens, nor does he report to the citizens. As city treasurer, I report directly to Hemet citizens. Speaking of reports, the law requires Hemet to provide monthly reports on taxpayer dollars. As treasurer, I filed a January and February report. Since February, there has not been a single report on taxpayer dollars as required by law since City Council had the city manager take over. Tonight's agenda item 20P is for Hemet's investment policy. It is submitted by the city manager and finance director. It states the city manager is in charge of Hemet's invested money instead of me, Hemet's treasurer. This proposed investment policy has not even been discussed nor reviewed by the Investment Oversight Committee. I urge you to vote no on item 20P, Hemet's investment policy. Instead, Have me, Hemet City Treasurer, write one and submit it to you. Tonight's agenda item 21E requests an investment strategy from City Council. This strategy should be completely described in investments policy, Hemet's investment policy, for all the citizens to see. After all, we're talking about citizens' money. State of California allows the City Council to appoint a treasurer to invest money. Hemet City Council wrote their own law saying Hemet City Manager invests money. Concerns for the discrepancy in the laws can be filed as a complaint with the SEC and FINRA. I urge you to pull tonight's agenda item 21E regarding investment strategies until Hemet's investment policy is written by the treasurer in coordination with City Council. Get me back earning money for Hemet. My name is Sue Savage. I am the elected treasurer of Hemet. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Can I have Michael Percival come up next? Followed by Jerry Ann Franklin.
Mayor, council members, I want to speak on item 20V, Victor, on the consent calendar. I'd like to pull that, and I would find it more appropriate to speak at that time when there's discussion with council on that item, if I could.
Okay. Yes. Okay, Jerry Ann. Okay. Okay, so City Clerk, were there any electronic comments submitted to be read aloud?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's one registered public comment. Public comment is by Susan Henson. I want to know how I can help with the homeless. I want to learn what Hemet is doing about this problem. Thank you. End of e-comments.
Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand. And we'll give you just a few moments to raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no one present for the Zoom call public comment.
Now I'm going to open the public comments up to items that are not on the agenda. And we're going to begin with Larry Grave. And then Jerry Ann Franklin. This second one was also Larry Graves. And then we have David McDonough. Please come to the
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is David McDonough. I'm the Vice President of the Hemet Police Officer Association, and I came here tonight to talk. Let me give you a little bit of history about me. I've been in law enforcement about 20 years. I did 17 years with the Sheriff's Department of Riverside County. Then the last 3.5, I've been here with the city of Hemet. I was born and raised here. Really, this is the only place I've ever lived. I did a short stint in Marietta, but then I left and came back to Hemet, where I raised my family. I have a 13-year-old daughter, and safety is a huge issue for us. I'd like to take a little bit of your time to talk about the negotiations that's going on with the city. We've been in negotiations since March. We've been working outside of a contract since July, and we're just not getting anywhere. There's a couple points I want to make. So we have a comparables to the cities that are our size, and everyone is moving along, getting their contract negotiated and succeeded. For instance, one of our comparable cities is Colton, and they just back in August have just received a 10%, 10.5% over a 3-year term with 3.75% for the first year, 4% for the second year, and 2.75 for the third year. They received $13,000 from ARPRA premium pay. Alhambra is the next comparable city. And they have ratified their successor MOU in July and received a total of 6% over a 3-year term with 2% base salary pay and increase for each year, 7% pay, as well as their vacation cash out option. One of the issues we have in Hemet with the police department is retention. We can't keep experienced officers here. We've had a lot that have left. They leave to one of our comparable cities, the city of Marietta. They go to Marietta for one specific reason: pay. They get paid more to do less. So unfortunately, the city of Hemet is a training ground for these other cities. And is that my 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. So please, if you guys have any questions, if you would like to meet with me, meet with our president, Matt Hyatt, one-on-one, we'd really appreciate your time and go over the numbers. We got all the numbers and we can show you. We're just not talking out of class. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Craig Wilson. Is Craig Wilson? Yes. Followed by Joanna Cruz.
So real quick, even though the Riverside County District Attorney's Office isn't a comparable for us, however, we've been losing experienced detectives to their bureau. A top step officer with an advanced post with our agency, if they leave and they go to the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, they will receive a 19.2% base salary increase. There is no way we understand there's no way a city can compare to that. But another example, like I said earlier about the city of Marietta, their police department, the same officer with advanced post certificate leaves Hemet and goes to the Marietta Police Department, they will receive a 6.54 base salary increase. We can't compete with them. I can't get mad at my fellow partners for leaving and wanting a better life. So it falls on your hands to do something to retain these awesome officers. I've worked for, like I said, the Sheriff's Department, and Hemet is one of a kind place. It's very busy. These patrol officers, I'm currently assigned as a school resource officer, so I'm not out on the streets per se. But my partners, these men and women that are out there fighting every day to keep you guys safe. I live here in the city. I appreciate what my partners do every night, and we're asleep. You guys, we don't see what they're doing. I know what they're doing because I'm a member of the department. So, but it's unbelievable the amount of calls we get, the amount of guns we get off the street. It's just, I know we can't do ride-alongs because of this COVID thing, but as soon as that is lifted and you're able to come out, I highly, highly recommend it. I know a lot of you have done quite a few ride-alongs, and I know you understand where we're coming from. So we are currently at 68 sworn officers. So that includes everybody, but probably out on the street, we have maybe 40 sworn officers. We're ninth in the comparable cities we have. We come in number 9 out of 11. We're at 0.08 officer per 1,000 people, and that's the lowest in the county. Another comparable city is Beaumont. And I'll finish with this. Just got paid 9%, 9%, 9% now, 9% in July. That's 18% within a year. They got a pay increase. They're just up the hill. I'm assuming that could be the next city we start losing officers to. So thank you for your time.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Contrary to popular belief amongst, can I talk? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know. Okay.
I'm gonna let Joanna go up.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Joanna Cruz, and I'm nervous. Public speaking is not my thing, but I know that I have to be the voice. I've lived in this valley for 16 years, and I have several businesses on Harbor, and I've been a homeowner here for 16 years, so my tax dollars go to the city of Hemet. So as being a business owner on Harbor and giving back to the community here on Harbor, recently I applied for a grant and I met all the forefront criteria and I was denied. And I just want to make a suggestion that the council members be involved in the selection process so that there's equality in how this money is being distributed and that everyone has a fair chance at obtaining these funds. Because I know that my money is spent here in this city and I give back to this city. So when I got the denial and I called into the city and to be told, well, actually, she made a suggestion to me, and that was, why not contact Riverside and join the Black Chambers of Commerce? That was very offensive to me because my money is not spent in Riverside. It's spent here in this valley. My membership dues that I pay to a chamber is for this city, is not for Riverside. So therefore, I want to see more people that look like me have opportunity, and that we are given a fair chance at these funds as well, so that our businesses can strive here in this city. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
So Mayor, a brief comment on this. I know that Veronica Allen is in the back row. She should be making contact with you tonight to connect with you and make sure that you have all the information you need for your application. So Veronica will connect with you before the end of tonight to make that connection and sit down with you.
City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom or is there any electronic comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there's anyone on Zoom comment that would like to comment, please raise your hand. We'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close public comments and we're going to move to item number 17 for presentations. Carly Meyer. On behalf of the city of Hemet, we would like to present a service award to you as an appreciation for your time served as mayor of city of Hemet. think this is honor that is much due, because sitting and watching this and watching her as mayor through the past year has been like, she's been a great mentor to me as far as learning this whole process of how the city council and government is run. But I'm going to do my best to follow in her footsteps and her leadership, because the way that we move things along, you know, through the past year, even through COVID and all kinds of things, it was really spectacular to see this woman go through all of the things she's gone, cancer, you know, and to put the needs of the city and all of that before her own health. I mean, you know, there are people that have resigned from positions and things like that because of how their health failed. So I'm really glad and honored to be working, you know, by her side as a colleague. And I want you guys to know how much she means to me, because she's such a great inspiration she goes out and does things, you know, that we don't even know. So like when this officer said that, you know, we're asleep at night, sometimes she's out, you know, running the streets and trying to make sure that things are safe for this. And when people come up here and they do their public comments, she made an effort to reach out to people. I mean, this is going over and above and beyond her position. She only gets $200 a month. So you know that this is from her heart. You know that her heart is in this. And so I love that I was able to serve, you know, with her. And I'm so glad I'm going to continue to be able to serve with her.
Thank you. It was great having you as the mayor pro tem, and I'm excited for you to be the mayor. My time is up though. My timer's going off. Okay, next we're going to go on to the awards list for the Christmas parade. So first we have the best animal performance, Church of Latter-day Saints. Are you guys here still? All right, I'm going to go through these. The second, best car club, Caleros Car Club. Is anyone here from Caleros? Nobody here? All right. Ooh. Best decorated walking unit, My City Youth Center. Anyone here from the Youth Center? I think we missed them all. Best float, St. John's School. Best high school band, Hemet High School. Good. All right. Best middle school band, Rancho Viejo Middle School. Best motorized unit, Empire Mobility. Best school marching unit, Tockwitz High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC. Great. Okay, next we have the home categories, and we've made, these are for the community decorating contest winners. So first place is Troy and Kelly Kakani. Yes, you guys come right up here. Right, here is a sign for your yard. We will post pictures, I'm sure, on social media. Good job. Thank you. Thanks for your Christmas spirit. We love it. Second place is Patrick Vaudry, and he wouldn't be able to be here tonight, but we will make sure he gets the sign. Third place, John, I'm going to get this wrong too, John. Rutagliano. Oh, thanks a lot. Thank you. All right, we'll be coming by to see your house. Okay, and then is Johnny Padilla here? Downtown Parlor Barber Shop. He is our business category winner. We'll stick this in his window. Awesome. Thank you. That's everybody.
Let's move on to the highlight reel.
So while IT is queuing that up, we started this probably 8 or 9 months ago with putting together a montage of some of the highlights that have been going on in the city of Hemet. And so we launch this every couple of months or so, or every other month. And so this highlight reel highlights the items over the last 30 or 45 days.
Thank you, backstage and on stage. I'm going to turn to you at this time. Let me know what happens in your location.
Can we cue the video for the Christmas parade? Okay, now I'm going to move on to International Volunteer Day Proclamation. So whereas the annual observance of the International Volunteer Day for Economic and Social Development was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on December 17, 1985, Whereas annual observance of International Volunteer Day aims to create awareness of the collaborative efforts that volunteers are making in nearby communities and throughout the world. And whereas volunteers strengthen communities, improve social challenges, and enhance the overall quality of life for all Hemet citizens, including children, seniors, those who are disabled, impoverished, homeless, physically or mentally ill, or otherwise in need of assistance and service of volunteers help improve areas around the world by completing any and every task from mending fences to picking up trash to painting a community building or filling a classroom with necessary supplies. Volunteers make a difference by recognizing no task is too small and insignificant. Is the chief in here? Chief Poos? Can you, just a couple of sentences, can you talk about the volunteers of the police department?
Yeah. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. We have a volunteer program that we've had for since I started here. So during COVID, we lost many volunteers just because we couldn't bring them back, and they decided to, give up the volunteer here at the city. We were fortunate to bring about 11 back this past month. The council members all attended the graduation. They're very beneficial to all the work that they do here to assist. In fact, I say all the time that we can't function without their ability and their support here. So it's a great program. They're committed to not just the police department, obviously to the whole city of Hemet.
Thank you. I wanted to highlight them because they've done several things for us. Do you remember that number of was it stolen vehicles? Or there was like some of the things that they were doing?
I don't recall the number of stolen vehicles. I do recall the hours. I believe it's over 20, is it 20,000 hours that they've assisted? Yeah, approximately 20,000 hours of volunteer work for the city. And that's during, partial COVID shutdown. So it's a lot of hours. They do parking citation, handicaps. You got to remember too that they're very involved in doing checks of residents when our residents are on vacation. I believe we're one of maybe a few police departments in the state of California that actually still do that. So they're an amazing group of people. They assist us with vehicle maintenance here at the department when we're dealing with anything that has to deal with children and CPS. They'll come out and assist us with that. They handle crime scenes, anything that will relieve our officer from a duty that's not, so we could allow them to go back out in the street and do what officers should be doing that are sworn. They're so beneficial, and that's what they assist with our police department.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I might add to just during the opportunity we had to be in the Christmas parade, every time I would pass through an intersection that was being handled by volunteers for traffic control, I made a point to shout out to the crowd, let's hear it for our Hemet PD volunteers. And that got some of the loudest cheers when I made that comment. So the community appreciates and recognizes what they bring to us too.
Thank you.
Now I will be moving on to the proclamation identifying International Day of Persons with Disabilities. And so, whereas the annual observance of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities was proclaimed in 1992 by the United Nations General Assembly, annual observance of International Day with Persons with Disabilities aims to promote an understanding of disability issues and mobilize support for the dignity, rights, and well-being of persons with disabilities, recognizing the strides persons with disabilities have made in every aspect of political, social, economic, and cultural life, as well as raising awareness of the struggles that are yet to be overcome. And people with disabilities often face barriers to inclusion in society. International Day of Persons with Disabilities promotes awareness and mobilizes support for critical issues relating to the inclusion of persons with disabilities in society. And the City of Hemet is committed to building an inclusive society and providing accessible environments. Therefore, for both of these, presented on December 14th, International Volunteers Day is December 5th, and International Day of Persons with Disability is December 3rd. I, Malcolm Lilienthal, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim December 3rd and as International Day of Persons with Disabilities and December 5th as International Volunteer Day, and urge all citizens to support organizations that provide support. As far as disabilities is concerned, you have Joanne's, they're her place. What's that called? It's on, it's not Baddies. It starts with a K. If you go on Harvard, it starts with a K. Her boutique has people with disabilities in there, and it's really encouraging for those kids to see customers come in and then be able to interact with the customers. And so we urge all citizens to support organizations that provide support, awareness, and services to persons with disabilities. Now we're going to move on to item 18, receive and file. Can I have a motion to receive and file the item? Does anyone have any questions? No. Okay. We're just going to receive and file. Okay, now we're going to move to item 19B, program year 2022, Community Development Block Grant, initial public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor Lilienthal and council members. This public hearing is to begin the fiscal year 2022-23 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Process. The purpose of this public hearing is to provide the community an opportunity to express their interest or concerns on community needs and priorities to the council in preparation for allocation as identified in the City of Hemet's Citizen Participation Plan. It is anticipated that the city will receive approximately $878,386 in CDBG funding for the 2022-23 program year, which is July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2023. Regulations established by HUD for receiving CDBG funding require citizen participation in evaluating funding needs and priorities. The funding needs and priorities identified here will be considered in the funding recommendations for the 2022-23 program year and recorded in the 2022-23 annual action plan. A public notice for public comments were placed in the press enterprise and La Prensa, and no public comments were received. In addition, council is being asked to reactivate the CDBG ad hoc committee and appoint 2 members to serve in the selection process and funding recommendations of the eligible 2022-23 CDBG applications. Application packets for the 2022-23 CDBG funding year were available on the city's website with a due date of December 6, 2021. Applications have been received and are currently being reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to open up the public hearing now. City Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no registered public comment. I would just like to open up to the Zoom call. If there's anyone on Zoom that would like to speak for this item, now is the time to unmute yourself or raise your hand. We'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any comment and bring it back to council? Are there any comments from council on this item?
I have one. Mayor, if we're going to establish a CDBG ad hoc committee tonight. I would like to make sure that if we do create one, and if we have multiple CDBG ad hocs, that the same council members on the one are also on the second, instead of having two different on each one. Because last year, if you recall, we were on the CDBG, Linda and Russ was on the other CDBG, and monies were duplicated for one nonprofit, where we weren't able to give to other nonprofits because we didn't realize they were giving to that one particular one. So I felt that certain nonprofits were without when we could have gave them funds and all that. So did I make myself clear?
Are there any other comments? I don't have any. Can I get a motion? Linda's listening. Okay, so do you guys want to establish one right now and get that out of the way? Okay.
Who else wants to be on the CDBG ad hoc? I can do it if nobody wants to, but I don't want to.
I'll do it with Joe.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, we did it last year, so that'd be great. Do we have to vote on it?
So, Mr. City Attorney, since this is an ad hoc, I believe they are appointed by the mayor, so we don't need a motion for this. Is this correct?
So we don't. The idea was that, I believe when they did the agenda, was that the mayor would make the appointment at the meeting.
Got it.
So I don't think you need a motion just to do the appointment, but you can announce who you are appointing, including yourself.
Okay. We're gonna appoint Joe and Mr. Lilienthal
I'll accept.
to this ad hoc committee. All right. We already did it. Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna move to item number 20. Consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration? Wait, let me retract that. I'm gonna open the public comment back up and ask Michael Percival to come up. We are on the consent calendar.
I'd like to pull 20V as in Victor, but I can wait until the council acts on the rest of the consent items, if you would like.
I'm going to close public comment and then bring it back to council. Are there any members of council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
Mayor, for the benefit of the member of the public that wants to speak to item 20V as in Victor, I'll pull that item for separate discussion.
Any other items?
And if there's no other items, I'll move approval of the remaining consent calendar items.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Meyer, to approve the consent calendar with the removal of item 20V as in Victor. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Yes.
Councilmember Males. Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so. Okay, so Mr. Michael Percival, can you come approach the podium and let us know what your qualms are about 20V?
Thank you for allowing me time to speak, Mr. Mayor. Russ, thank you for pulling this item for me to have an opportunity to speak. Item 20V is a request for proposal for on-call real estate broker services for city-owned real property located within the city limits. This went out for an RFP back in September. Questions were due on October, and then the proposals were due October 11th. I had applied to be a bidder on this RFP during the bidding period. However, I went to a conference the first week of October in Anaheim, and somebody graciously gave me COVID. So I tested positive on the day they were due. So I wasn't able to make it into City Hall to turn in a sealed bid. So because this is now on the agenda and in front of council, I'd like to put my name in the hat for these on-call broker services. I'd like to point out that I've worked with the city, worked with council for the last 4 years, as you all know, being on city council. I provided you with a packet with information that was requested in the RFP to include both my my broker's license, my corporate license, and the insurance requirements that are required under the RFP. The one thing I did not include in the RFP or in the packet that I provided to you is my resume to give you the qualifications for on-call broker services for the city. I've been a licensed broker since 2008. My business is here in the city, and I live in the city of Hemet. So with that, I am a local bidder, and I'm also a disabled veteran. So I'm a disabled veteran bidder also. I have in my my company that's here locally, I have one broker associate that works for me. I have 30 real estate licensees that work for me. And just this year, I opened an in-house escrow company with the escrow officer that I've hired has 30 years of experience in escrow and title. So that's some of my qualifications. As far as the list of items that were requested were being able to be honest and have integrity and those things. I think many of you know me and have known me long enough that I am a man of integrity and I'm honorable. And I have my heart has always been in the city of Hemet, and I've had my best interest has always been putting Hemet first, even when I was on the city council. And I made my decisions based on what would be the betterment of the city of Hemet. So with that, I would like to put my name in the hat for the bid for these on-call broker services. I do have, and I have submitted to council previous to this, and it's been in closed session. I have submitted a letter of intent for a city-owned property that I do have a ready, willing, and able buyer for. My buyer that I do have for this property, like I said, is ready, willing, and able. They want to close as soon as they can. The fees to the city, because that's one thing I haven't touched on because fees are negotiable. I'm willing to tell you what my fees are based on the proposal that's in here. I can tell you what they haven't presented to you on fees. They laid out their fees are itemized. I don't do itemized fees. What I do is based on a commission, which is negotiable with the city manager or with council. That commission covers all the fees that this particular broker is itemizing out for you. So I would cover those if a single property if I get the bid, if a property is listed for sale and the property doesn't sell under the terms of the contract, that would be as for providing broker services. Those charges that all the services that I would provide to the city would be at no cost because I don't get paid until the transaction closes based on a commission-based fee. Based on the commission, that's split. So it can be split between my brokerage and another brokerage. I would offer compensation to another broker to bring a buyer to a city-owned property. So those fees would be then split amongst myself and another broker. And then all the other fees that are ancillary to that, aside from title and escrow fees, those would be separate fees paid to a separate vendor during the course of a transaction. Does council have any questions of me at this time?
Questions for him?
If the public comments are over and you want to have discussion amongst the council, mayor, or ask questions of staff, that would seem to be appropriate, or as the commenter said, if you have any questions for him, I think a brief question and response would be appropriate, although significant back and forth probably.
Yes, Mayor, if I could ask for some legal opinion from our city attorney on the latitude that we may or may not have at this stage of the process.
Certainly. So I'm familiar with this request for proposals. It was put out pursuant to Hemet Municipal Code Section 2-337. Was considered professional services. And so, well, what does that mean? That means that, unlike a public works contract or unlike non-professional services where the service is performed basically in the same way by every person who's bidding, when you're talking about something like real estate brokerage services, there may be considerations that the city has other than simply who's providing the lowest cost, right? So, you're looking for, who's going to get the best deal for the city, who has the most connections, who understands the goals of the city council, the best things like that. And so the code allows professional service agreements to be awarded on in any manner that the city council deems best. So in this case, staff put out a request for proposal process. It's very similar to other professional services that the city has sought, just to get an idea of, who's bidding, what are their costs. I don't necessarily believe Epic was the lowest bidder. They could have been. It depends, frankly. Some of them are commission based, depends on how much it sells for. So that was the recommendation staff had. If the city council wants to give direction to the city manager, that you don't want to enter into the agreement that's before you, and you'd like the city manager to negotiate an agreement with another party that put in a proposal, or a party that unfortunately was unable to get their proposal in by the deadline, that's certainly the council's prerogative.
Did we get other bids from other brokers?
Yeah, I'll add a couple of comments to this, Councilmember Mails. We did provide all of the proposals in an email to the council, as well as we did upload them to the agenda. And so the council has reviewed, or they do have all of the items in the backup, all the proposals in the backup.
Well, I know rules changed because of COVID. And if you did catch COVID and couldn't submit paperwork at the time it was due, I mean, does that justify bringing his proposal in also? Or?
That's, as the city attorney mentioned, up to the council's desire.
You guys want to do?
I don't see why not. I mean, if COVID, you get COVID, you can't turn in your documents if you're sick unless you can
pass it with the
email them.
document.
I'm sorry?
You could have gave the COVID to the clerk.
Well, that's exactly why I didn't turn anything in, because I didn't want to turn in a packet that could have possibly had COVID on it to city staff, and so I was quarantined the day that they were due, because there wasn't an online bidding. It was to be a sealed bid turned in to city staff.
My only comment is, if we are going to consider this, that we continue this item, because I mean, we've taken the time to go through the bids and to compare, and I hate to get things the night of and have to decide on it. Is that appropriate or no?
Well, the proposals were provided to council about a month ago. So the council did have those about a month ago. Oh yeah, we can certainly do that, up to whatever the council
You understand what I'm
desires.
saying?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I need to go through this and compare it with our other things, and
We can certainly do whatever the council desires. So whatever the council directs, we're okay with doing.
Is his bid in here or not in here?
No, I think that proposal was submitted today.
Okay.
I think if there's no urgency, I think the explanation of why it wasn't submitted within the time frame is reasonable. And if there's no urgency, I would move that we table this and allow council time to review this application along with the others. I know Joe hasn't had a chance to look at the other items either. So I think that would allow the full 5-member council an opportunity to review all of the proposals and bring it back.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
To clarify, I know it was stated to table the item, just so everyone's aware, under your guys' rules of procedure, that means it goes away and it doesn't come back until a council member says, put it on the agenda. Now, perhaps maybe continuing it to a date certain.
Yes. Thank you for the semantical correction.
That's what I'm here for.
Do we have a motion to continue? And a second. We have a roll call.
Did I catch the second by Councilmember Mills? Can you confirm?
No, the second was Carly.
Okay, excuse me. Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you, council.
Now we're going to move to discussion 21 discussion items. Our first discussion item is 21A, discussion regarding participation in 2 pavement rehabilitation projects with Riverside County Transportation Department.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Steve Lariso, city engineer. Just wanted to present to you tonight the possibility of partnering with Riverside County Transportation Department on 2 projects that are being done by the Riverside County Transportation Department, but are bordering on our city. Just following down with the strategic plan, the quality of life, trying to enhance things as best we possibly can using our resources. What I'm requesting tonight is just to get direction from the council on these 2 pavement projects that I'll describe here in the following slides. So the first project it has 2 things in it. One is slurry seal over 3 different streets, Newport Road, Columbia, and Dominagoni Parkway. And the second project is resurfacing on Stetson. And I'll give a little bit more background on both of these with some images here. So the first one is project number 1, and there's going to be a total of 2 slides on this. And you can see that the street segments, just for reference purposes too, these areas right here are within Riverside County, as well as down. So the areas highlighted in red are the portions that are within the city of Hemet, and is a consideration that Riverside County is putting towards for us to review, since it's in the same neighborhood. And the last portion of project 1 is on Dominagoni Parkway. Since the portion of Dominagoni is on the north side, or basically westbound side, is within city of Hemet jurisdiction, they're doing the other portion on the eastbound side. So that's one project. The other project, yes, that's one project. The other project is participation on Stetson. Now, this one's a little bit more challenging to see, but they're doing this whole blue portion here, and that little yellow portion is within city limits. Just to reiterate what I said, the yellow portion is within city limits on that slide there for Stetson Avenue. And also, you may recall, we are partnering with Riverside County on another project on San Jacinto Street. That project is looking to start just after the first of the year. Bids have been awarded by Riverside County. We've entered the agreement. So this is just off to the side of that one, in case it looked familiar. Riverside County Transportation Department has provided estimates for the portions of work within City of Hemet limits. The project number 1, which it covers 3 streets, you may recall it's Newport, Columbia, and Dominigoni. $274,325 for the design, CM inspection, and construction. And then project number 2 is the one for Stetson with $124,000 estimated for that portion. As mentioned on the slide here and in the report, it's not currently budgeted within the CIP. However, funding could be reappropriated from Measure A to cover the costs on one or both or none of these projects. This would basically delay one of the Measure A projects that we have coming up for this next fiscal year, much like we did on the other one, but we had about $1.75 million budgeted for that Measure A project. We used about $900,000 for the San Jacinto project. So it's not like we're shifting things. We're just delaying things if we go that way. So the 2 alternatives tonight: partner with Riverside County Transportation Department to have a uniform street rehabilitation and postpone the 2021-2022 citywide pavement rehab project we have, or a portion of it, or would be to proceed with the completion of the 21/22 pavement rehabilitation project that we have identified within the CIP. So with that, I'm here for any questions.
Steve, thank you for your presentation. Do you know which project from the Measure A would be delayed specifically?
Yeah, it's I don't remember exactly the CIP number, but it's the citywide pavement rehabilitation project, where each year we budget a hefty chunk of Measure A funds for the street rehabilitation. It's not a slurry seal project. It's always a rehab project. And we haven't fully identified all the streets yet for this current fiscal year's projects. But we have our laundry list. We're just getting through all the different projects right now. In fact, we have a slurry seal that's out to, actually was bid opening today. So you'll be seeing that in January. So I know that's not what you asked, but there's the
So Mayor, if I could put this in a little bit of context too, we are always mindful that if the county's coming in adjacent to the city of Hemet and residents start seeing that, the county is doing work, we always want to give the opportunity to the council to reprioritize projects, because the last thing that we want is for community members to say, why wouldn't we just continue on the work when the city street is directly adjacent to it? So it does come at a cost in the sense of some of the other projects that are also a priority, the pavement projects, will get delayed because of this opportunity. So we really felt that this was a perfect opportunity for council to prioritize and kind of be ahead of those criticisms that come from the public very often when they see work getting done and it doesn't continue on into the city. So that's why we brought this forward to the council tonight, Mayor.
This is the same thing that happened in San Jacinto and San Jacinto.
That's correct.
Exactly the same. Okay, so what we already have budgeted for CIP will get delayed then.
Some of the projects, as Steve mentioned, the rehab projects, using the funding that was allocated there, instead of allocating it there, it will be shifted to this project if the council does approve this.
And Mayor, if I can offer one other piece of information, we're already pretty far into the fiscal year as it is, knowing that one of these projects, the first one, project number 1, will likely start sometime February, March. You're already 2 more months in, and then the Stetson Avenue one is still a couple months away from that even. Point being is that by shifting the funds, we're already getting close to the next fiscal year anyway. So county doesn't necessarily move as fast as we do when we're putting the projects together. But they're doing a great job.
I have a kind of, I guess, a technical question. I don't know if it would be for the city attorney or a city engineer, but you know, we're always encouraged to think outside the box. And I'm looking at the Stetson project. Would there be an option to offer that portion of Stetson to the county and let them do that, all of Stetson on their own?
So essentially what we'd be talking about is moving the city's boundaries. If only it was as easy as a street vacation even, which is something the city council could do by itself. But changing the boundaries itself, we would have to go to LAFCO and have a detachment hearing. And my experience with counties is they're usually trying to give infrastructure to cities to take care of, not taking it off your hands.
I just had to ask the question.
Yeah, no, it's possible, legally possible, but I think it would be a long process and unlikely to succeed.
That's what I thought. I think I hear what the city manager is saying. When it comes to roadway improvements in the court of public opinion, you're darned if you do and darned if you don't. If we allow the county to do a project and we had a piece of it and we could have done it at the same time, we're going to be criticized because, my gosh, why didn't you do it when you could and when it was being done? But if that means another capital improvement project downstream doesn't get funded in the timely fashion, then we're going to be criticized for not doing. But there's no shortage of streets that need attention. My recommendation would be to tie in with the county's project and get it done, especially on Dominagani. That's a heavily used highway, and for one side of it to get done and the other side not, I think that that would not go unnoticed.
And that particular portion that we are looking at doing is a major problem already right now. So I think that we also need to just jump on this and get it done. It's one of our main thoroughfares in and out of town, so I don't think people are going to be too mad. And as far as the Columbia area, that area needs to be done badly. That area that has a culvert that goes through it and causes flooding in certain neighborhoods when it's not kept up. So this says to, you just want direction. Do you guys want a motion on this?
Yes, please.
All right, I move that we go forward with this as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, city clerk.
So I want to make sure that the direction is to partner with the county, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Could I add something, Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to say that I'd urge staff in the future, when looking at CIP projects, if there are some streets that require county buy-in, so to speak, that we're more proactive than reactive on this. I mean, I agree, we need to do this, but I think sometimes we need to take the lead and say, okay, this is part city, part county. Let's get the county to buy in on our project.
Great point. And council member, we're currently going the update to the pavement management plan. So once that is finalized, I think it's a perfect opportunity for the mayor, whatever council member meets with the county board of supervisors to have that dialogue. I know we had it a couple years ago, but it's a great opportunity as council member group identified.
Okay.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Males,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we're going to move to 21B. First reading and introduction of the ordinance entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending Article 2 of Chapter 1 of the Hemet Municipal Code. Is there staff?
Yes, Mayor. I'll be providing the staff presentation for this one, if that's all right. So this was part of the council future agenda items, and I think it is one of the core pieces of the strategic plan that the city council has embarked upon this year. Next slide, please. And the purpose of this update is to take our municipal code, and specifically the sections that are related to how do we enforce our municipal code, and to bring them up to best practices, and to also make it very clear what tools are at our disposal and how we're going to use them. The update supports two major goals of the strategic plan. The first one is the quality of life. Since we are primarily going to be using these tools in quality of life matters, to make sure that Hemet is a safe, clean, attractive, and comfortable place for those who live, work, and visit. And then the second major goal that is being targeted here is organizational effectiveness. I think one of the most important aspects of this ordinance is that it doesn't just make clear to the public what tools are available and when the best time to use them is. It makes it clear internally so that we can be very efficient in our enforcement of the municipal code. Next slide, please. I quoted a portion of the new ordinance here because I think it summarizes what the intent is in this ordinance update from for a city council perspective. And it's essentially that code enforcement of the city's municipal code is an important public service that the city provides to its residents. It's vital to protect the public health, safety, and quality of life. And in order for us to be effective as a community and as a government organization with code enforcement, we need to have clear and precise regulations that we can apply effectively, efficiently, and fairly throughout the entire city. Next slide, please. And so to that end, we do have three goals here with the ordinance when we were putting it together. And before I continue, I did just want to say that I appreciate the city manager. I appreciate HP and Lionel, who are both in the audience today, as well as all of the quality of life team who trudged through 40-something pages of this ordinance update to give feedback on where they thought it would be most effective. But I think it was a good use of time, because what we have is an ordinance in front of us that I think will be very useful to the city going forward. It's going to be effective because now we have it written down, all the tools that are available to our enforcement officials so that they have the right tool for the job. This update is replacing a chapter that only spoke of administrative fines of $100, $200, and $500. That was all that we had in the code. That doesn't mean that's the only tools that we had available, but it was the only ones that were in a readily accessible place for us to use. And so oftentimes, we were struggling where you might have a relatively low level code enforcement issue that, maybe we could go in with soft hands, but when the only tools that we think we have are fining them or suing them, we're not always going to be super effective in that. Next, we're looking for something. Oh, sorry, go back, please. I was talking to myself. The next item on this slide is that we want to make sure that the code is enforced in a fair manner. So, one of the consistent concerns that I've heard, and you hear this everywhere, so this is not unique to Hemet in any way, but one of the concerns you hear is, well, they're treating me differently than they're treating my neighbor, right? Why did you cite me? My neighbor down the street has 10 things that are worse. And my response to that, whenever a resident tells me that, is, okay, we'll have you file the complaint with code enforcement, because 90% of our files are complaint driven. But on the flip side of that is making sure that we have the processes in place so that if somebody feels that, what, I shouldn't have been fined, it wasn't fair, that we have a process for getting that taken care of in a way that is fair to the resident and also accessible to the resident. Because they shouldn't need to hire an attorney to fight a city citation. They should be able to do that themselves. So it needs to be accessible. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we are being responsive and efficient. And so that goes back to, do you have the right tools for the job, or are you trying to solve every problem the same way? Next slide, please. So when we're looking at being effective and talking about having the right tools for the job, there are 6 elements of the ordinance update where it goes through some of the tools that we are going to have very specific rules for. And we are going to be working with code enforcement as part of their upcoming efficiency plan for how to use these and how they can be effective. And so I've ranked them in what I consider the order of seriousness, in that the amount of resources that it takes the city to bring those enforcement tools to bear. So the first one is a relatively new one, which is a recordable notice of violation. Now, notices of violation aren't new. The city sends them all the time. What we're looking at here is a code enforcement mechanism that allows, if appropriate, the code enforcement department to record that notice of violation on the property that is subject of the dispute. And so this puts, one, future owners on notice, because one of the things we hear all the time is, well, I didn't know that this was a violation of the code. But 2, it clouds title, making it difficult or impossible to transfer the property, to refinance the property. And additionally, the code will prohibit the issuance of any permits except those necessary to protect the health and safety of the occupants. And so this is kind of a low cost, potentially high reward code enforcement tool, where all we're doing is we're filling out a form, we're recording it on the property, but eventually they're going to have a very strong incentive to come back and resolve this. I call these the boomerang code enforcement cases, because we throw them and then eventually they come back and they get solved. The next one there is administrative citations. This is something that the code already had in it, but we're restating it and making it very clear about what amounts are appropriate and what the process for appealing those are. Just so everybody is clear, that's essentially a small fine. So administrative citations start out at $100, they go to $200, and then they go to $500. Next, and this relates to the council discussion that we had regarding fireworks, and that was the desire of the city council to have increased fines when appropriate for certain types of offenses. And so these are called administrative civil penalties. And so the code will now allow fines of up to $2,500 when a fine schedule has been approved by the city manager for specific types of offenses. So this allows the city council and the city manager, working with code enforcement staff, to set priorities on what types of violations of our code have the biggest impact on our residents' quality of life, which ones do we take the most seriously, and they should have a penalty commensurate with that. And so the biggest example, like I said, is fireworks, but there may be other types as well, and that will be a discussion to have. The fourth type we have here are criminal citations. It's not the practice of this city to issue criminal citations for violations of the municipal code at this point, but that it is an option. It can be relatively cost efficient when used appropriately. So under state law, any violation of the municipal code is a misdemeanor, unless the city council says, no, it's an infraction, or no, it can be administrative only. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily efficient or appropriate to go out and write misdemeanor citations for every violation of our code. But there are going to be certain circumstances where that type of enforcement mechanism is appropriate. And generally, I'm talking about those that tend to have high nuisance effects on the surrounding community. I'm thinking violations of noise ordinances, when previous actions like fines didn't work, contact from the police department didn't work. I mean, how many times are we going to send police out to a specific property for an issue like that before we're going to say, you know what, we'll see you in court. So that's a new tool that we're going to be exploring and going from there. The fifth item there is civil actions. So this is something that the city council is very familiar with. The city council has authorized code enforcement civil actions before. I have this fifth on the level of seriousness because of the resource commitment required. These type of cases, even when they go very quickly and are very efficient, still can cost upwards of $10,000 just to start them. I've seen cases in other jurisdictions that last quite a long time getting up there. I know this city is very familiar with code enforcement cases, sometimes getting very expensive. So that being said, it is an option because there are times when that is the appropriate remedy. And we will be talking in a few minutes about cost recovery for all of these, but especially including that one. And then the last thing I have here is administrative abatement. Again, this is not a new tool. This is a tool that city staff's very familiar with. I have it as the most serious because generally speaking, whereas a civil action, we might say, you need to fix your property, or even in a receivership, we say, well, appoint someone and they'll fix the property. Under an abatement, sometimes it's the city going and actually entering onto somebody's private property and fixing the problem ourselves because it has gotten that bad and it needs to get taken care of. I can tell you that there are houses in this community that have had severe fire damage. And those are the kinds of things that we're going to be targeting for this type of action, working with the fire department, working with code enforcement and building and safety, because those properties, they're not getting fixed by the owners. The insurance isn't paying, or there wasn't insurance, or the owners have abandoned the property. And now we have an attractive nuisance. We have a structure that's not safe. We have people that are oftentimes breaking in and going into it. And so it may require that the city actually go and use our new abatement contractors that we had approved at the last meeting to at least secure the property or perhaps remedy it. Next slide, please. So we talked about being effective, and now we're going to talk about being fair. So one of the things that I heard from members of the city council was, the idea of having a way to resolve these code enforcement cases that doesn't require people going to court, hiring lawyers, and that can be handled relatively inexpensively and efficiently. So you may not know this, but I am an administrative hearing officer for another city in Southern California. I go once a month. I sit in the council chambers. All the people who've been given fines by code enforcement line up, and the code officer says, I gave him a fine for this reason, and the person says, I shouldn't have to pay the fine for this other reason, and they get a decision right there. It's kind of like, if people remember municipal court, that used to be a thing. This is sort of the replacement for that. You have an administrative hearing officer, so it's an attorney, doesn't work for the city in any other capacity other than this because they have to be impartial. And when somebody wants to appeal their administrative citation, instead of blowing up the city manager's office or calling even members of the city council and saying, I got this fine, it's not fair, someone needs to do something about it. Now there will be a process in the city where they can say, you know what, this isn't fair, and we will have a way for that to be looked at. And I can tell you, as someone who is a hearing officer, you don't sit there and uphold them. I mean, a lot of times you have to hear people out, and a lot of times people have good reasons for why they acted the way they acted, and they've taken care of it since then. And the hearing officer knows that the overall purpose is compliance, right? Getting the quality of life of the city up. And then if somebody for whatever reason doesn't like the decision of the hearing officer, they can always take that to the superior court. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we want to be efficient with the use of public funds. And so we are looking at, in this ordinance, we are looking at new and effective ways of having cost recovery for our code enforcement processes. And so we have a default here where we are going to be looking at what are the costs. And we're not just talking about attorney's fees. Those are the most easily trackable because your city attorney's office keeps track of their time in 1/10 of an hour increments and tracks it by case. But you can also look at recovering the fully burdened rate of your code enforcement officers. If we have to send code out to your property over and over again, you're draining the city resources that could be spent in other areas of the city, and perhaps it's appropriate that you pay that cost. if we have to do an abatement proceeding and we have to pay a contractor to go board up your property, the general fund shouldn't bear the cost of that indefinitely. The person who benefited, the property owner, should be responsible. And so we've got three processes here. So the assessment of costs, that's something that would occur during the hearing process. In addition to the fine, we would be asking for the hearing officer to say the city's entitled to all of its costs in bringing this code case. That's very similar to how court works, where, you know, if you get a criminal citation, you also get what are called penalties and assessments. So I don't know how many of you have gotten a ticket for being on your cell phone while driving. I did once, never again. The fine was $100, but I ended up paying the court $587 because it was $100 fine. It was $487 in penalties and assessments. Caught my attention. Phone stays out of my hands. We would have a similar process here because the costs of having the hearings, the costs of having the hearing of the code officers, all of that should generally be revenue neutral if we can. The other two items we have here are additional ways of recovering those costs. So that's through code enforcement liens. We're talking about the property. So if we have fines, if we have costs, putting them into a lien form, or a special tax assessment. Both of those are authorized by state law. You've had that authority as a city, but now we put the process in our code, and we're going to work with code enforcement staff, and we're going to be implementing these processes here in the city. Both of those would need to come to the city council before they are imposed on people's property. And so my preference is to use the special tax assessment. So essentially what this is we have the hearing officer, they hold a hearing, they find all of these costs are valid. And then once a year, we would bring all of these to the city council for you to approve. And you would approve those assessments or take them off the list if someone comes and says, no, that's not fair, and you agree with them for whatever reason. And then that would be added to the property tax bill for those properties going forward. And then the city would recuperate those, or would get those costs back within a year. It's a very effective and efficient way of collecting the costs that the city has incurred, especially when we're talking about hard costs like abatement and code enforcement costs. Next slide, please. So the ordinance update, we've already sort of talked about all these things, but it has the administrative enforcement. So those are the fines and the civil penalties and the notice of violations. Judicial enforcement, that's the criminal and the civil. We talked about abatement. Just going into abatement really quickly, there are two different sections or chapters in the ordinance update related to abatement. One is emergency abatement. So this is when something is a extreme danger and it needs to get fixed right now and has the process for doing that. The other is when it's not a danger and we're going to give them time to fix it before we go and do it ourselves. That's very similar to like weed abatement. If you're familiar with that process, people get noticed, you need to bring down your weeds. If you don't do it, we're going to come do it and then we're going to charge you. We talked about cost recovery. We talked about administrative hearings. Two additional provisions in the ordinance update that you should be aware of. One is the creation of the code enforcement fund. This is a recommendation. Again, you can take these things out, keep them in if you'd like, but what the code enforcement fund looks to do is anytime we are receiving money in the form of a fine, in form of a cost recovery, either for code enforcement costs, attorney's fees, that money, instead of just coming back and getting thrown straight into the general fund, the proposal here is that that money be put into the code enforcement fund. That's simply a fund for tracking how much you are collecting back on these enforcement processes. It's not restricted in any way except that which you restrict yourselves. But mostly it's just there as a tracking mechanism. So you can keep track of how efficient are we actually being with the recovery of costs. And then you can compare that. You know what the budget for code enforcement generally is. You know what the costs of code enforcement cases from the city attorney's office are, because those are all invoiced separately. And so that would give you an opportunity to just see, are we getting close to full cost recovery? Are we exceeding? Are we going below? Just a point of clarification, the purpose of code enforcement is not to raise revenue. It is to achieve compliance with the city's code. But nevertheless, it is good to know how effective are we being at making those individuals who are causing the code violations to pay for. the program. And then lastly is simply the addition of a private nuisance ordinance. This right generally exists under state law already, but it makes it clear that if someone is operating their property in a way that's causing a nuisance to those around them, such as noise, odors, or just generally not operating in compliance with the law, private citizens also have the right to bring their own actions in court to get that ended. They don't have to rely upon the government to do it for them. So they can bring their own case, and that simply restates that right that already exists, but makes it very clear that that exists in our community as well. Next slide, please. So that's the end of the presentation. If there's any questions, I'm available to it. Otherwise, have at it.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very informative.
Quick question on the public or the private nuisance. Does that pretty much mirror the penal code section that I think it's entitled maintaining a public nuisance? I think it's one of the 647 cases. For some reason, I'm thinking 647G. Is that right? Anyhow, I know
it doesn't mirror the penal code. It mirrors the civil code section, which is very similar in language, though.
Because I had a couple of experiences with that, and it ended up being referred to a hearing officer back when they still had municipal courts,
right?
And a finding was rendered, and the issue got resolved. But in that situation, in order to get the case filed initially, you had to have multiple victims of the disturbance. There's not a finite number. Would this proposal for our ordinance have?
There's no requirement that there be more than one.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
My comments are, and I know that people have heard this before from me, but I'm all about having the code enforcement going out and enforcing things, but we can't expect our citizens to not have enforcement on things for over 20 years and then start getting hammered for it. So hopefully we have some sort of grace that we are using while we are re-educating and reestablishing our rules that have been ignored for years.
So council member, I've spoken to a few of you today, but one of the things that we are planning on doing, initially what we plan to do is have a code enforcement efficiency plan update tonight, but we didn't want to get ahead of the council. So what the council should expect is, given the new changes, which we refer to as the tools in the belt that code has, we will now develop a plan that we will bring forward to council so that the council can get the expectation of how code will be deployed with the new tools in our belt. And as Stephen mentioned, these tools haven't existed here in one central location in a long time. And so this is the first step in getting the code compliance division to operate in a more strategic manner with exactly the things that you mentioned.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Stephen, on the first item, the recordable on property, what would be the threshold to trigger that recordable incident?
So we are going to be, I mean, it's a tool that's available for any violation of the municipal code that has a nexus to real property. That being said, there is a process of giving notice that we intend to file this notice of violation. And if somebody was to disagree with that, they have the option of bringing an appeal to the administrative hearing officer to prevent it. So that's one sort of stopgap to make sure that it's not being used overzealously. But I think the answer to your question is best answered through the code enforcement efficiency plan that will be coming forward in January. These are a description of the tools that are available. I can tell you generally how I've seen them used most effectively. But that efficiency plan that's coming in January is going to be a description from code that says, okay, now that you gave us these tools, here is how we plan to use them.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer.
But it is one of the tools that I'm most excited about because it is extremely efficient. And I just absolutely love it when, the code case that we started 5 years ago on a very, relatively small matter does get resolved through one of those tools.
Any final comments?
Well, I would like to make a motion to waive the full reading, read by title only, and introduce this ordinance by the City Council of the City of Hemet, amending Article 2 of Chapter 1 of the Hemet Municipal Code, and to remove the Code Enforcement Efficiency Plan from the future agenda item list.
And I'll second that.
Have a motion and second. City Clerk.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 to waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending Article 2 of the Chapter 1 of the Hemet Municipal Code and remove Code Enforcement Efficiency Plan from the future agenda items list.
Now we're going to move to item 21C. First reading and introduction of an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending Articles 1 and 2 of Chapter 53 of the Hemet Municipal Code related to personal conduct. Can we get a report from staff on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Attorney's Office will be handling this presentation as well. If we go on to the next slide. So what we have here is we have an update to what is called the personal conduct section of our municipal code related to disorderly conduct. And in particular, we are seeking to address quality of life matters related to obstructing public sidewalks and other public property, as well as aggressive solicitation. And just like the last ordinance, this update supports two major goals in the strategic plan, namely quality of life and organizational effectiveness. Next slide, please. So we do have two goals with these updates in particular. So the first one is we want to make sure that our ordinances are constitutional. There has been changes in constitutional law on these two topics in recent years. And so even though some of these ordinances have been amended in the last decade, there have been significant changes, and we'll go over what those changes are. But the first thing is to make sure that we are acting in a constitutional manner as a local government. The second is to provide clear enforcement standards to city officials. So, if we're asking code enforcement, if we're asking our police department to go out and enforce these ordinances, it needs to be clear for them what exactly they're supposed to be enforcing. It needs to be clear to the residents of our community what conduct is permitted and what conduct is prohibited. Next slide. And this ordinance, although it has been on the future agenda items for some time, I think before I even was brought on as the city attorney, nevertheless, it did have to frankly wait until now before we could really get into it, because, as we'll discuss in a few minutes, the city really needed to address the topic of homelessness and how we're going to address that topic in a comprehensive way before we can start getting into the, okay, well, what are we going to do with people who aren't going to follow these sorts of programs? Going on to the next slide, please. I think we get into it pretty clearly here. So this is the Martin v. City of Boise case, and this is the case that had the biggest effect on what until now was called your anti-camping ordinance, and what we are now going to be referring to as the obstruction of public sidewalks and public property ordinance. And I just want to read one line from that case because I think it sums it up pretty well. every city in California, for the most part, and in fact, in the United States, had ordinances prohibiting sitting, sleeping, or lying on public property. And in an attempt to prevent essentially homeless people from overrunning public spaces. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal held that the Eighth Amendment, and that's the amendment related to cruel and unusual punishment, prohibits the imposition of criminal penalties for sitting, lying, sleeping on public property for homeless individuals who cannot obtain shelter. And the thought process behind this is you are required as a human being to sleep. You don't have a choice in the matter. You have to sleep. And if you're homeless, you don't have private property where you can sleep. And so your only alternative at that point is to sleep on public property. And so it is cruel to criminally punish someone for doing something that biologically they're required to do. And so in order for us as a jurisdiction to have some kind of regulation of this conduct, we have to provide people with a viable alternative. That last part of that sentence is critical: who cannot obtain shelter, which is why when the city council decided to fund the CityNet program and make sure that this community, when we're addressing people who are experiencing homelessness, we need to be able to give them that option. You don't have to sleep in a city park. You don't have to sleep on the street. We have shelter available for you. And only when that person says, no, I'm not going to take the shelter, at that point, we can then begin enforcing our ordinance. Next slide, please. I did put in here the infamous footnote 8 only because this footnote in that case scared a lot of city attorneys. Whether some other ordinance is consistent with the Eighth Amendment will depend, as here, on whether it punishes a person for lacking the means to live out the universal and unavoidable consequences of being human. And so what a lot of people were worried about here is that we were just talking about sleeping in public before, and now we're talking about the unavoidable consequences of being human. And in particular, this was seen as a potential foreshadowing of challenges to public urination and other ordinances of similar types, which we have on the books and which are being looked at now as well. Next slide, please. This comes straight from my city attorney group. You know, the general consensus is that common city ordinances like this city had that prohibit sitting, lying, and sleeping in all public property are unenforceable now. The amended ordinance will remove that broad prohibition, and instead we are providing narrowly tailored restrictions on activities that obstruct public property, okay? And so we're gonna go through those here. Next slide, please. So one of the first ones is you're not allowed to obstruct sidewalk to less than 48 inches wide path of travel, right? Our sidewalk system is part of our public access system, and people who are using wheelchairs and other mobility assistive devices need to have at least 48 inches to use our sidewalk. And so frankly, we don't care if you're sleeping, if you're waiting outside the store for a Black Friday sale. I don't know if anyone does that anymore, or anything like that. You know, we can't have you obstructing the sidewalk. This language is virtually identical to our sidewalk vendor restrictions as well. And it's part of our overall plan here to make sure that people can use the sidewalks in our city. Other areas that we have received consistent complaints and that have clear health and safety issues for the people involved are 20 feet of areas commonly used by vehicles, especially loading docks and driveways. So this has been a real problem, especially on the backs of our businesses that people use as loading docks. People are sleeping back there. They're going to get run over by the semi trucks, by the delivery trucks. It's unsafe to the business owners and to the people who are sleeping there as well. So even if you're on public property, you're not allowed to sleep within 20 feet of a loading dock or driveway. Entrance and exit of buildings that allow access and emergency egress, and then 20 feet of critical safety equipment like fire hydrants. Again, the purpose of all this is to protect the health and safety of both the individuals who are obstructing, but also the public at large. Next slide, please. Definitely no obstructing the public right of way or streets that are used by vehicles. Again, that's for everyone's safety. Within 500 feet of sensitive uses such as schools, daycare centers, public parks, public libraries. And these all are places where children tend to congregate. You'll notice these are also the same areas where we restrict other types of activities, including sidewalk vending and including cannabis dispensaries. 500 feet of critical infrastructure, tunnels, bridges, flood control channels. These are areas, I mean, we experienced it today, flash flooding. I don't know if we had to do any rescues in any of the infrastructure we have, but if we did, I wouldn't be surprised. And so we do want to keep those critical infrastructure areas where it is unsafe to reside. We want to keep those free of people. And then 500 feet of homeless shelters. And the theory here is that we want to encourage people to shelter the homeless. We don't want them to become magnets and public nuisances in the community. And if that sort of activity is allowed to occur at a homeless shelter, it's only going to make it more difficult to house people in the future. Next slide, please. In addition to those areas that are included in the ordinance, we've included authority for the city manager to make fact-specific findings for a specific area that's not listed in the ordinance and post signage declaring that the area prohibits obstructive behavior. So this is because there will occasionally be situations where something that we haven't thought of in the ordinance comes up, and rather than coming in and amending the ordinance, the city manager will simply need to direct that signage be posted, and that area would become off limits and it would be enforceable. Private parking areas are paths of travel. So this is one of the issues that we've been receiving from the business community. So our ordinance generally is talking about public property, but these are areas that are open to the public and specifically are being used by vehicular and pedestrian traffic. They also do need to post a sign referencing the ordinance. In every case, whether we're talking about a park or we're talking about a flood control channel, there must be signage that puts people on notice that obstructing the sidewalk, obstructing public property here is a violation of the ordinance. And we need to be very specific about what kind of conduct is prohibited, right? So we can't say you're prohibited from, sleeping in the park generally, right? Because loitering, I think someone once said loitering in the park is the purpose of a park, right? But we do need to be very specific about, what kinds of activities are going to be permitted so that we can then go and enforce it. And that'll be a exercise for the city attorney, the city manager, and the public works director who makes the signs. Next slide, please. The other portion of our personal conduct ordinance that's being updated here relates to Article 2, and this is solicitation, also known as panhandling. And this is an update, less so on the constitutional side and more to address concerns that have come up in the community. And so in particular, we're adding medians because we now have medians along Florida Avenue. We're adding parking lots after dark, especially. We're adding gasoline stations, public transit, driveways of businesses, and dining establishments as areas where aggressive solicitation, and in some cases, any type of solicitation is prohibited. Next slide. We do have to be very careful, though. Again, in the last case, we're talking about Eighth Amendment concerns. Here, we're talking about First Amendment concerns. So the Supreme Court has found that soliciting, asking for money, is a protected form of speech. So we need to be providing narrowly tailored, content neutral restrictions. So we're prohibiting aggressive solicitation in all cases, and that's defined in the ordinance. And that's basically, are you making somebody feel scared? Are you touching them? Are you touching their car? And then we're adding very specific places where we're not going to do it. And that's because those places in particular are particularly concerning. Next slide, please. So that is the update to this section. And again, this was another item that had been on the council's to-do list for quite a while. And I think we've gone through and cleaned it up such that we can begin enforcing it as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's bring it to council.
Yeah, thanks for all the work on this. I know that, like you said, we had to get some things in place in order to get everything rolling, and I like to see how things are coming together.
Absolutely.
I think the citizens are going to be excited to
Well,
feel protected.
I think, although, obviously our office played a part in this, quality of life team, police department, code enforcement played a huge part, but truthfully, the credit goes to the council, I think, for developing and implementing the strategic plan. When you guys did that, you created a list of what are the objectives of the council and of the community. And the city manager, I know that, go to meetings, and these are the things that need to get taken care of because these are the things that are important to the council and important to the community. And that has frankly made it a lot easier to get items like this put together because we already know what the council wants because of those discussions. So thank you and the council.
I think this is long overdue, and I'm happy to see it for us to review and approve today. And I'm sure that the enforcement branch of our city staff is going to appreciate having some additional tools and any options that are presented through this. If there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion that we introduce and read by title only and waive further reading of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of Hemet amending Articles 1 and 2 of Chapter 53 of the Hemet Municipal Code related to personal conduct, and that we remove vagrancy and panhandling laws from the future agenda list.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Meyer. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Mills,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 to introduce and read by title only and waive further reading of the ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending Articles 1 and 2 of Chapter 53 of the Hemet Municipal Code related to personal conduct and remove vagrancy and panhandling laws from the future agenda items list.
Okay, so being that it is 10:10,
I move that we continue with our agenda past our 10 o'clock curfew.
okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I guess. Second.
Was reluctant.
We can get on this. Mhm.
I have a motion and a second.
Do the roll call. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Lowenthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Mills,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
We're going to move to 21D, discussion of the status of the City of Hemet's existing telephone system.
Evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Scott Underwood. I am the IT supervisor. I also have on Zoom performing some of this presentation as well, Brian Hodges from Communication Strategies. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and take the next slide and start the presentation. So the presentation in front of you obviously is the telephone system. The strategic plan integration with the phone system is organizational effectiveness. The proposed action aligns with the council adopted strategic plan action item, evaluate the IT function and future needs. Current city's phone system was installed early in 1990, so it's about 30 years old. The wiring we have in there is approximately 40 years old, but the oldest wiring that we do have. City's employed an in-house telephone expert for 26 years. That was when the phone system was installed. We were able to get a hold of the installer and go ahead and employ him. So he worked for us in-house for those years. And of course, now he's since retired. So the city engaged Comstrat in 2017 of April 2017 for a phone system review and budget report. This is kind of based upon issues that we've had in the past with the phone system, just age and making sure that we have some kind of ability to renew that system and make sure that it's working in the way that it should for the departments and the residents, and of course the city as well. In September of 2017, the city suffered a failure of some of that legacy hardware at our police department and corporation yard. That hardware was replaced per council action. Then we had, that was in October 2017, that actually happened. So, and what that did was it didn't actually replace the entire phone system. All it did was extend the life cycle of that system. System still needed to be repaired, but it went ahead and it bought us some time so we could actually move forward with other options. So why are we bringing this to council? Obviously, we have age, location, and connectivity are inherent limitations of the existing system. So we wind up having failures, could be power related, could be hardware related. We've had some unfortunate issues that we've heard about from other agencies around us, that when we do have some kind of crypto or IT related issue, that it takes down phone systems as well. COVID in building closures increased reliance on that phone system through COVID. Just amplified those issues that we're already currently having with those limitations and connectivity issues. Those limitations impacted the city's ability to operate consistently and efficiently. A lot of the times what we'd have is we'd have we'd have staff set up to work from home and didn't have the operational ability to actually answer that phone. So instead, those phone calls were being let go to voicemail, and then we were actually having staff call back those members. And it's really not the best way for us to be handling customer service. The other issue that we have is called capacity. We do have 24 lines coming into the city. At any one time, if we wind up forwarding any of those calls, that call goes one in and one out. So that burns 2 of those lines. To kind of give you an idea, if we have 12 people trying to pay their utility bill at the same time, that could burn up all 24 of those lines. And then what happens if we need some assistance? We need to have the police department call back a 911 caller that called in. Apparently they can't see or find the location that they're supposed to go to. They would try to make that phone call, dial out, press 9, like you normally would on our phone system, and get a busy signal. And that becomes a big issue. So we really had to reduce some of that use to ensure that we had the capacity to operate efficiently. And just a lack of redundancy in equipment and service. If we wind up having the phone system, we do have that phone system fails and it's here at the police department. We don't have a backup phone system somewhere else to utilize. We also don't have a secondary provider or way for that provider to connect to us from an alternative location. So what we wind up having is phone system failures, and people try to call the regular main phone number for City Hall. Could be that they're trying to call in even the police department, whatever, library, fire stations, and they're getting a busy signal. So that lack of equipment and redundancy is one of the other issues, is why we're bringing this to you. So the telephone strategic plan connection, how the telephone system actually applies to the strategic plan that you guys have approved. It connects to the broader strategic plan, or the broader strategic plan let's see, it connects to that by connecting residents and businesses with services and opportunities. So that could just be about anything in that strategic plan, any of those different items, just how it connects us and the people, the residents and the businesses with those services. Bridges the gap for those who have restricted access to modern information technology like computers and internet. We always tend to want to build up new systems and provide these new greatest and latest things. And a lot of people don't have access to it. Could be that they don't feel comfortable with it. Could be that maybe they're a vendor and they're working out in the field and they just don't have access to it readily available, but they still need to get access to our services. Without moving forward with replacing telephone systems, strategic goals related to enhancing customer service and streamlining processes are in jeopardy of not being fully implemented. Some of those are under organizational effectiveness, partnering and collaboration, and economic opportunity. They could pretty much just about be anything, really, honestly, that we'd wind up doing, because not everything can be conducted by a computer. You still have to talk to people. And with the COVID issues that we've had, closing buildings, not having buildings open, the reliance on that telephone system is incredibly important. So with that, I will go ahead and pass it over to Brian Hodges, who actually conducted the review of our phone system. Brian, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. Mayor and council members. Oh, and next slide, Scott, if you please. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on how we got here and what the current situation is. Now, back in 2017, I was the original consultant involved in generating a strategic budget and technology assessment for the city of Hemet. And at the time, we went through an in-depth process that we do with a lot of similar organizations of your size, cities, counties, that sort of thing. And we came up with several conclusions that were important to not only improving, but raising status quo of the city of Hemet's phone system. And the first one was upgrade the existing telephony platform or replace it altogether. There was also a need to remediate a good part of the cable plant. And also there was a need to upgrade or refresh the network setup, meaning routers, switches, that sort of thing. Now, at the time, we suggested two levels of budgetary allotments, and it basically pivoted on the cable remediation approach. One approach was replace the cable plant throughout with the latest cable rating that was available at the time. Or there's a substitute technology that would allow a portion of that upgrade to be simply remediated using something called a FiBridge extender, which lets you run, without getting too far into the technical weeds here, it lets you run computer and network grade signaling over older type wiring like what you would have at your house to run your phone. So there was a little bit of a difference in price there, as you can see on the slide, and that was the difference between the two approaches. So next slide. Now, 4 years have passed, and we have been brought back to refresh this report. And some of the things that have affected how we looked at the report are kind of obvious, I think, to a lot of us who have survived the last year and a half or so of COVID. That's obviously one thing, but there's also been some technology changes that I'd really like to delve into a little bit here. One is migration to the cloud, and we throw the word cloud around a lot. The cloud is simply a data center, or rather a networked series of data centers that a vendor or manufacturer provides. And what you do is you move all of your equipment that would normally sit in the switch room and your data centers, that type of thing, that gets moved into the cloud. And it's good because it frees up a lot of your physical space that you don't have to worry about. And there's some other benefits to it that I'm going to talk about in a minute. But there have also been, as a result of some of these changes in technology, the infrastructure necessary to support those changes have morphed into more complexity and more advanced requirements. And when I say infrastructure dependencies, I'm basically talking about, again, cabling, but also things like HVAC, because a lot of this equipment generates a lot of heat. If it gets hot, then you start to have glitches and system performance is affected. There's also been a lot of network development that has happened over the last 4 years. You've got new switches, new capabilities of switches, faster switches, that type of thing, and routers, things that are needed to allow the phones to talk to each other and talk to the outside world. As I've alluded to a couple times now, there is a general requirement for enterprise-wide within the city of Hemet for industry standard cabling. And when I say that, I mean Cat 6. Cat 6 is the latest standard for network and VoIP style telephony. And that's basically, now it's not just a nice to have, now it's a must have. And as I mentioned, COVID-19 and the need for remote worker capability is something I think we've all witnessed. And that is a direct result of the COVID pandemic and the need to push workers to locations where they can either quarantine or just be distant from each other and not in the same space. Next slide. So in the generation of this latest report, the 2021 version of the report, I reviewed the old one and I updated it to reflect the current state of technology as well as best practices and costs. Now, one thing that it's important to keep in mind is the role of the phone system. A lot of times when we think of the phone system, we look at the brick on the desk and we think, okay, that's the phone system. The way that a voice communication system inhabits an enterprise or a government or an agency has changed significantly, and it's no longer just the desk on the phone, or the phone on the desk rather, and it's sometimes considerably more than that simple change, and sometimes the phone's not even there anymore. There's also a lot of new regulatory requirements, and a couple of them that are particularly applicable to the city are those that relate to 911 and the ability of, for example, a city worker to call 911 and for first responders to find them when they come to wherever they're situated. There are some pretty specific new requirements that have come out in that area. Of course, there's a huge interest and emphasis on remote worker needs, and that includes soft phones or phones that operate on your computer. There is no general external need for a hard phone. It just sits on your computer. And then, as I've alluded to a few times, network and infrastructure upgrades. Those are some of the things that we needed to look at when we refresh this report. Next slide. So some of the things in order to move forward that we considered in this report are similar to what we looked at before. Upgrade the existing voice platform to the current version, the Mitel system that you have today, basically put it on the latest and greatest from Mitel, or consider migrating to the cloud. And as I mentioned before, there's a few advantages to being in the cloud. One is ease of maintenance. When you put your system in the cloud, somebody in the data center is taking care of that for you. You generally only need a fairly light IT staff in order to do what we call tier 1 and tier 2 type things. When you get new employees, when employees want to move desks and they want to move their extensions, maybe you have an auto attendant that needs some slight reconfiguration. All of those things can be done by IT now. You don't have to open a ticket with a vendor to do that. So it's faster, it's easier, and it's a lot more user-friendly as far as the administrative interface to make those changes. And so that pushes it back to IT rather than making you wait 3 weeks for the vendor to come out and make the changes. Also, and I think a lot of us have seen this on subscription services that we have in our homes or otherwise, a lot of those updates that used to have to incur an outage and an outage window, and you come in late on a Saturday night and you do it. Now that is just handled at the data center level. It's handled in the cloud and it's transparent to the end user. So that is generally a much easier way to go about it. And it's a lot easier on not just IT, but on the users, because they don't have to worry about outage windows or, okay, what changed over the weekend? I can't find my bookmarks, that kind of thing. Another benefit is resiliency and redundancy. It's baked in. Every data center that is part of the cloud is networked and mirrored. So if one data center loses connectivity or has a major outage, which is extremely rare because these are all tier 4 type data centers, the redundancy is already there, and the transition can be made to a backup data center and the backup operating system seamlessly. So calls don't drop. Typically, there's no notification. I mean, you may get a page or an email or something saying, okay, well, we swapped over to the backup data center, but in terms of operation of the system, it's still plugging along exactly as it needs to. And then just putting this in for context, a lot of municipalities, counties, and state agencies have done this. We do a lot of this at Communication Strategies. We work with a lot of similar organizations of similar size and varying complexities in the private and public sector. And the cloud is definitely, over the last 2 to 3 years, become where a lot of people are moving. They're getting out of the business of maintaining all the physical equipment on their own location, and they're putting it up into the cloud. Now that last bullet there, again, making the point, in order to move into a VoIP-based voice system, and I'll talk about that a little bit, I'll expand upon that. In order to do that, the network has to be upgraded, and the infrastructure, primarily the cable plant, has to be upgraded. The system that is out there today is a legacy type system, which means it's operating on older technology. It's also a partial hybrid system in that some of the components are VoIP related, meaning that it's voice that travels over an IP network, just like network traffic. Voice is just another application that rides on the network, like email messages or CAD drawings or anything else. And so what has to happen in order to support the latest level of technology that's out there, things have to be at the level that will support VoIP. That's why the network has to be upgraded. That's why the cabling has to be upgraded. So no matter which option is chosen, it's going to have to support VoIP either way, because the TDM type, TDM is the older legacy technology. TDM is not being installed hardly at all anymore, only in extremely rare circumstances and with usually gray market equipment that is still available that can support that. Next slide. Okay, one of the differences between an upgrade and a migration is the expenditure model. Now, to this point, most systems have been on a capital expense model. You put in a capital request at the beginning of the fiscal year, you get a line item for X amount of money. That's usually a fairly big sum of money that covers purchase of a new system. You own that system, you install it in your switch room, and you maintain it for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. That's a capital expenditure model. Now, in a migration situation, when you're migrating to a cloud-based environment, and we're looking at something called UCaaS, which is Unified Communications as a Service, which is a fancy way of saying basically voice telephone service through your computer and in the cloud. That uses an OpEx model, an operational expense. So in accounting terms, it's a little different than CapEx. What it means is you're paying a fee, a flat fee every month. It's the same fee every month for as long as you use that service. You have little or no equipment on site other than your phones, if you have physical phones. But otherwise, your whatever your monthly expense is, your MRC, monthly recurring charge, that remains the same every month. So obviously in terms of the accounting practices, that's a little bit different. It creates some different challenges and outlooks in terms of how things are spent. It's fairly easy to get into an OPEX model without having to come up with the large amount of money that you normally need to for a capital expenditure. And in fact, one thing we have seen is some vendors who are selling premise-based systems, meaning you keep the boxes and so forth on your own in your own data center, they are also going to an OPEX model simply because it's starting to become kind of the de facto standard in terms of how people pay for their communication services. And again, both of these options are going to require, no matter whether it's CapEx or OPEX, it's going to require network, cabling, HVAC, upgrades, refreshes, or remediation, or some measure of all three. Okay, next slide. Now, here's options. It's a little bit of an eye chart, but let me try and make this a little bit simpler than all these bullets may convey. Option 1 and option 2 are similar. They are essentially upgrading the telephone system to a newer version of the legacy version that you have, basically continuing to maintain an on-site, on-premise phone system, okay? The difference between the two is whether you are using those extenders, that analog extender technology that I mentioned earlier. The fiscal or financial advantage to going with, they're called Fibridge extenders. The advantage to that has faded somewhat over the last several years because the cost of Cat6 cabling has leveled out. It's more, I guess it's more economically feasible than it was when it first came out, when it first, went from the original 5E to 6. So that accounts for the relatively slight difference in pricing between option 1 and option 2. But again, those are on-premises, what we would call a forklift upgrade of your existing platform. Now for option 3 and 4, they are related in that they are both a migration approach. And option 3 is a full-blown migration to the UCaaS platform, refresh the LAN. It's very important to have power over Ethernet or PoE capable switches. That means that if you have a phone and the phone goes down, or correction, if the power goes down, your phone will still work. In the old days with the old phones, they had power to them. With the new phones, they need power distributed separately. And so that comes through the switching that sits in the IDF or the data closets. The difference between option 3 and 4, again, focuses on the Fibridge extenders. Option 4 has the pricing for the Fibridge extenders, which would be able to remediate some of the cable plant, but not all of it. So that's the difference between option 3 and 4. And you'll see the ranges of the options there. The reason we have ranges, and it's shown in more detail in the report, is because there are levels of offerings out there in the industry. You can get quite a wide variance in what you get for your money when you go out for any of these types of systems. You can get high-end systems, you can get more modestly priced systems depending on what your economic appetite is and what you're able to support. So that accounts for the difference in the ranges there between the 4 options. Next slide, please. All right, so this is where we get to the meat and potatoes here. Recommendations. Comstrat recommends that the network be upgraded to support VoIP, which I've mentioned, QoS, quality of service, which is what ensures when you are talking, using the telephone on this new platform, that it is clear audio and a clear voice path. So it's not staticky sometimes like when you get on your cell phone when you go through a tunnel or something like that. So that's what QoS is. And I've mentioned PoE, power over Ethernet, where power extends through the switches in the IDF closets so that if you have a power outage, your phone will still work on your desk if you have a hard phone. The next recommendation is to remediate the existing cable plant to Cat6 throughout. That's pretty straightforward. And then provision or augment necessary HVAC components to the MDF and IDF rooms throughout. As I mentioned, heat is a problem. Heat is the enemy in any network scenario. So there are some locations where we really need to look at bringing the temperature down in some of those rooms, and that may require it may require a number of remediatory measures. Let's just leave it simple like that. Fourth recommendation is to migrate to a cloud platform for telephony. That is the way the industry has been going for the last 5 years. It's become very acute in the last 2. Cloud platforms are offering a very attractive set of options and features and functionality to the end user that is considerably greater than what was available even a few years ago. There's been a real technological advance in things that are available to just the regular user who may not even have a phone on their desk. They may have a client and a soft phone running on their computer, and they have a headset or something like that. Things are a lot smoother. They're a lot less, people like to talk about user friendly. Well, some of the old systems that I've seen over the years have been what I would call user hostile. The newer cloud-based platforms have been tested and updated and modified and revised and streamlined to the point that there's an awful lot of functionality that you get for just a basic end user who can do an awful lot of things much more easily, much more quickly than they would have done on an older phone system. And I think everyone will be pleased to know that the paper directory you have to pin up on the side of your cube goes away, because the directory is available on your computer. And if you want to call somebody, it's the click of a mouse. Now, the last bullet there is the recommended amount based on our calculations and industry spend levels and pricing levels and some of the things that we looked at across all the different providers out there. We are estimating a 1.7 million to cover all critical components that are mentioned. And it says over a 3-year TCO, that should read 5-year TCO. So it's the pricing per year is a little better than that. So that correlates to option 3 in the previous slide, but that is the amount that we think is necessary to implement these recommendations as I've made them over a 5-year TCO. Next slide. Okay, so next steps. Obviously, we would need a budgetary approval by council. Then from there, we would proceed to a request for proposal, RFP, which the council's familiar with, for all these critical areas that I've mentioned that either need an upgrade or a refresh. So the cabling and HVAC network and voice or UCAS platform. Then from there, we would review the proposals that we get back from vendors to determine a short list. We would conduct product demonstrations to determine which way we wanted to go with the vendors from that short list. And those would be rated by the project team. We would go through an objective measurement of those. We have a very extensive rating system that we use to go through that and evaluate the proposals. And then from there, we would select a vendor and move forward. That's the last one from me. I think, Scott, you can take the next one.
Yeah, sure. So with that in mind, we're asking the city council to consider the options presented within the report created by communication strategies, make a business decision based upon those options, and consider approving staff to proceed with a formal RFP based upon the selection. And with that, that concludes our report, and we're available for any of your questions.
Thank you, Scott. So let's bring this to council.
I have a couple questions. First question is this separate and apart from our 911 system?
Yes, it is.
So the 911 system already has some built-in redundancy.
911 does have redundancy built into it. In the event 911 calling, and this is callers coming in. So if somebody dials 911 coming into our facility, that system is completely separate. In the event that system fails, doesn't respond, something happens to it, there's an automatic cutover where those calls go to another agency. So usually that would be Riverside County Sheriff.
So that hasn't changed, and it's not part of this project.
No, it's not part of it. The part of it that would be including 911 would be those callbacks that I had mentioned before. When somebody calls in and says medical aid at my house, and fire department shows up and they can't find your house, the dispatcher will call you back and say, we're trying to locate your house. And when they call back, they're calling back on our business phone system. So that portion is.
Is the 911 system on a VoIP system, or is it just standard copper?
It's there. They have varying technologies. They have text. They also have, it's not an analog line, or they do have some that's analog, but a lot of that's computer. They're not picking up a telephone and dispatch, but actually that's coming over a computer. So
Okay, so
it would be considered a VoIP.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, I had the opportunity, I guess, to experience living through some of this. Don't ask me how it happened, but as police captain, I ended up being assigned a collateral duty to manage the citywide telephone communication system. And it was a very archaic system, copper wire, that ran with tie lines between City Hall and the department. And we finally upgraded to fiber optics, so we didn't have that same problem of the highways being consumed by just connecting the two switches. But all of those issues that the consultant has described about the size of the room for the hardware, the fact that you've got to cool things down, it was an ongoing problem. And we ended up going with a whole new system. Now, this was some time ago, and technology has really evolved, and it continues to evolve at a rapid pace. So I know just from reading the staff report and hearing the verbal report, I know which way I would recommend, and that's take our IT team out of this responsibility and get it into the cloud where things happen transparently and are much easier to stay updated, and relieves the burden off of our IT and frees up physical space in our city hall that's very much needed. So I'm definitely in favor of option 3 or 4, and I would that would be my recommendation, that we go to a cloud-based system.
And the data centers, where are they located?
The data center that we currently have?
Well, no, that they'll be using for the cloud.
We haven't determined the provider yet, but when we do, we'll find out which data centers that have as their primary and their backup. So hopefully they'll have that 500 miles or more separation between them to get true redundancy. So in the event we had an earthquake or some major catastrophe, that the other system would be far enough away to ensure that operation continues.
I have a question on the cloud-based. I'm all about cloud-based things. I have cloud-based things at my house, but the question is, like ransomware attacks, how would that affect the phone system if something happened?
We actually know another agency that's close to us. I won't mention their actual name, but they actually had a ransomware attack on their network. It took down their phone system, and they didn't restore phones for over a week. That had to do with that device being present here at their location on premise. So when that happened, it just spread to everything on the network, including their phone system. If it's cloud-based, it gets protected by that. If we have something that happened locally to us, it's not going to impact that phone. All we have to do is go ahead and get somebody internet connectivity back, and it could necessarily be not even connected to our network if we have to, and our phone system would still continue to work. So it actually provides us some protection from that being in the cloud.
Because we hear all these wonderful things about cloud-based systems, but like the Kronos problem right now, right? The ransomware on the Kronos and the telestaff not working. So if that were to happen to our phone system, what would happen?
That's where we would have to make sure that we have a solid SLA and review what that company can provide us. Most of them, or not all of them, but most have either gone through a planning strategy session as to what they would do in the event that would happen, or they've literally had it happen to them before, and have found one way or another to circumvent that, to be able to work around it. So
now the other thing is I noticed in the staff report, there's 4 options here and you want us to decide one. I can't decide this. I can't decide this without going and touching and feeling everything that we have and seeing it. And when we go out for our RFP, are they able to give us on the RFP? The system be able or is putting the proposal?
They do the show?
Would they be able to give us the best that they provide that would fit our current situation?
that's why we would definitely want to have them come out and review, show us what they're going to provide, to ensure that it's going to work for us and do the things that we need it to do. So that would be all part of it, where we would bring them out or have them come
I feel
out.
like this is a big ask tonight, and I'm not prepared to okay like $1.7 million.
So council member, what the council could choose to do, I know it's cumbersome, but it could, you know, theoretically ask for RFPs on all of the options or a couple of the options or a few of the options. If the council was able to whittle down and say, you know, we think that these are the top options, we could essentially do an RFP, because it doesn't cost anything to do an RFP besides staff time to develop that. The only expenditure authorization comes when there's a awarding of a contract to do that. So the council could theoretically say, okay, well, let's prioritize and say, you know, the top 3 options, see what comes from that and get a better idea of what that looks like for the council.
And then the other thing on the bidding, you know how I like to have 3 bids on things. We have to make sure that we actually get bids, not just like, oh, we only had 1 responsive bidder. Well, that's not good enough. And I'm not going to vote on it. I'm just going to put that on the record right now. I'm not going to vote to approve this if we don't have a sufficient amount of bidders.
So Brian, you gave the presentation, correct?
Yes.
In your view, developing an RFP and going through that process, how many bidders usually respond to an RFP for those that you've been a part of?
For similar sized entities like the city of Hemet, typically I get between 8 to 12, sometimes as many as 15 or 16 proposals. And then we put each of those through the ringer as far as a review. So there's a strenuous read through, then there's a rating according to our score sheet and score system. And from that, that's where we generate the short list. And typically, once you've got the short list, those are the ones that you're going to be inviting in for deep dives and presentations and demonstrations.
And then also too, Brian, given that, you know, this is a big ask in terms of a recommended item or area to, you know, issue an RFP on, when it comes to that exact question, is that something that you've been involved with, where you issue an RFP for multiple different systems?
Yes, many.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
I think another thing, not to get too deep into the weeds, but I think one of the things that, and it speaks to our strategic plan, is we want good customer service, customer friendly. I think we've all experienced calling a business and going through a daisy chain of automated attendance when you could have just taken a shortcut. And so I know that there's a myriad of options out there, but I would certainly like to see us pursue something that maybe has, if I understood Brian correctly, that on the front end, they can be customized so that, you know, we could tailor how a call is processed and make sure that it efficiently gets to where it needs to go as quickly as possible, rather than, you know, please listen to this elevator music because our menu selections have changed and
Our phones have moved and nobody can find them.
time you get to a human being, you forgot why you called. So,
Absolutely.
And I know we do have that problem, so.
Some of that complexity that we currently have with the menuing and getting lost in voicemail or voice jail, sometimes they call it, that has to do with the age of the equipment we have and the abilities that it currently has. So that's one of the reasons why we're looking at this.
Where's your existing phone system now?
Our existing phone system, the primary node is sitting here in this building over at PD because that used to be City Hall. And we have two other locations. One is at our corporation yard and one is at our City Hall. Those were built out. The ones that actually needed to get the hardware replacement or the equipment refreshed were here at PD and also at the corporation yard.
None of them have POEs on there.
The networking equipment that we have one or two switches that we've had to buy recently that we went ahead and purchased that POE capability with. Obviously, if we'd be looking at refreshing the equipment, we'd have to have that vendor come in and see whether or not that equipment's still usable or if they would have to refresh it.
yeah, I just think option 1 and 2, where we have basically customer owned or customer leased equipment that we have to maintain, it's almost planned obsolescence that by the time you get it installed and operated and everybody trained on how to use it, there's a new system available. And that's why I think going with a cloud-based system just makes a lot of sense, because a lot of those things can just be handled transparently, and the end user doesn't even know that it's happening. You don't need to know that it's happening. It just is taken care of.
Now, if we went with a cloud-based system, who would they maintain it, or would you be going out and maintaining it?
With the cloud-based system, primarily it would be the vendor maintaining it. We would be making modifications necessary to add another telephone or make a voicemail change or reset a voicemail password, things like that, but they're a lot less. That's what we had, that on-premise guy, that person that we hired. He had that understanding of telephones. The challenge is nowadays with the UCAS and the new cloud-based stuff, a lot of that knowledge is kind of outdated, honestly.
Yeah, no more switches locally.
And with a cloud-based system, you would have 24/7 service capability.
Definitely, yes.
Which you don't have necessarily with an on-call IT person that
an on-call IT person, and right now we also are paying a vendor to help maintain the system. We do have that. That cost would obviously go away and would go into the annual ongoing for the phone system. We wouldn't be paying somebody to do that.
So Russ, if we had to pick two, or both of you guys, 3 and 4, we would say to have them get RFPs for 3 and 4.
I think so.
I think that's good. All right. Do you guys?
Is that reasonably narrow enough, or is it too broad if we said get RFPs for options 3 and 4?
I would think that it was fine. Brian, do you?
Yeah, I think that'll work fine. And in fact, we can generate an RFP that makes the FiBridge option, which is what option 4 is. That's the only difference. That invites a vendor to provide a FiBridge based proposal for that portion that we think we could use the FiBridge extenders on. That would be easy to put within one RFP, so it would probably be a fairly elegant solution.
We be using the existing PoE switches if we could.
Again, if the vendor comes in and looks at them and says, yes, we can.
Yeah.
I just would want to make sure that if the vendor says we're currently on Hewlett Packard switches and they only use Cisco.
What do we have?
Right now, we currently have Hewlett Packard.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Those have been bought out by Aruba. But depending upon whatever technology they go with, they
Right.
may say that to get the best of their phone system and to make sure that quality of service
Right,
that was talked about works, they may want us to go and standardize on one.
All right, well, I can make a motion. All right, I move that we send option 3 and 4 to RFP. And we'll look forward to seeing those again soon.
So we have a motion and a
second
second.
Oh, yeah. I'll second that.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Males. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Males,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we're going to move to item 21E, investment strategy discussion with public trust advisors.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're here to present representatives from Public Trust Advisors who Council selected to manage the city's investment portfolio. They will also be seeking direction on an investment strategy for the long-term investments for the city. So with that, I present to you Tom Tite and Mark Krieger from Public Trust Advisors.
Thank you, Lorena. Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Tom Tite. I'm a managing director for Public Trust Advisors. I've been providing investment advisory services and portfolio management to local governments, just like the city of Hemet, for nearly 25 years. I'm with my colleague, Mark Krieger. Mark has been providing investment advisory services and portfolio management services to entities across the country, and here specifically in California for 25 years as well. So we're excited to be here. I thought what I do, I'll keep my comments brief because we want to get to the heart of why we're here tonight and make some recommendations. But I thought it'd be important, since it's our first time in front of the council, just to tell you a little bit about Public Trust Advisors and how we think about investment advisory services to local government and our philosophy. And then I'll turn it over to Mark for his remarks.
Can you move closer to the?
Is that better? Better. So on the presentation that we have up here, Public Trust Advisors is an SEC registered investment advisor based in Denver, Colorado. We have offices in for this relationship. Mark manages the office in Los Angeles, and that's where this relationship would be managed from. Public Trust was founded on the main principle of providing investment advisory services to the public sector only. That's all we do. That's our single focus. We don't manage retirement funds. We don't manage equity. We manage high quality fixed income portfolios for operating dollars and bond proceeds for local governments. Where we're unique is we do not take a cookie cutter approach. We provide a highly customized investment solution to our clients. Your cash flows, your risk tolerances are different than the city of Beaumont or even the city of Palm Springs. So we pride ourselves on getting to know you, getting to know what pushes your buttons as far as your investment solution is concerned, and then recommending a specific strategy, which we're prepared to do this evening. We recognize also that these are public dollars, so safety is our foremost objective. We'll get into that a little bit later, but we have a demonstrated track record of providing consistent risk-adjusted returns over time. So we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. And then finally, the team that at Public Trust, we're 70 employees strong. The senior management team has a number of years. As I mentioned, I'm over 25, Mark has over 25. So we have a deeply seasoned and experienced team that's responsible for managing your funds. So Public Trust Advisors, as I mentioned, based in Denver, we do business in 16 different states. We have a variety of offices strategically located around the US. As of September 30th, we managed $49 billion in investments for local agencies nationwide. We have over 70 clients that our assets under management are actually up to 51 billion as of today. So we've had a strong track record of growing our business and successfully. As I mentioned, and you know this, it's in your investment policy, the foremost objectives in managing a public agency portfolio are safety, liquidity, and yield, and doing that in that order. We've spent a lot of resources and time on really expanding those objectives to include compliance and transparency. We feel that's very important. So we do that on both on the technology side as well as communication side, and talking with you and making reports available for you to see exactly how the portfolio is managed. And then finally, before I turn it over to Mark, communication is key in this relationship. Again, you have risk tolerances as a council. You have different cash flows. We've worked with staff on your cash flows to become familiar with them, so we'll talk about that. But what you could expect from us is access to our team. If you have questions or need information in a real-time manner, the markets do move quickly. We will have monthly conference calls with staff, meet quarterly with the investment oversight committee, or whenever the oversight committee meets face-to-face to talk about what's going on in the markets. But again, communication and knowing your individual situation is what's going to make this investment program successful. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mark to talk about the strategy.
And good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Mark Krieger. I'm a director and senior portfolio manager with Public Trust. And as Tom mentioned, I've been managing public funds for over a quarter century now. And time flies when you're having fun. And it's kind of crazy when you say that out loud. But you know, we want a couple of really important things we want to chat with you tonight about. Tom really laid the framework. And this is your investment strategy. We want to make sure that it is customized to your circumstances, to your risk tolerances. So to that end, there's two important areas that we want to talk about this evening. The first is kind of the cash flow planning and management process. And the second one is developing your risk tolerances for the long-term portion of your investment strategy. You know, when we think about a public funds portfolio, best practices generally dictate that you think of that portfolio as having two distinct components. The first is a liquidity reserve that is set aside in very conservative short-term investments that is designed to pay and provide liquidity for ongoing operational expenses or other near-term, you know, cash flow obligations that you really need to have access to on demand with very little market price risk. The importance of that is once you identify those related cash flows in terms of the revenues and expenses, it allows you to appropriately scale the amount of liquidity in the portfolio and then identify that portion of your overall investment program that can be invested long term. We have some data that will show you that generally within the conservative, you know, short duration fixed income space for public funds, the longer you're able to invest the money out on the yield curve, longer term maturities, over time, the greater the income and the greater return on that portfolio. But again, scaling the amount of liquidity is really critical to make sure that you don't have to dip into the longer term portion of your portfolio at unanticipated times that could be adverse and expose the city to certain risks. So structuring that liquidity portfolio is one of the most important decisions that you all will have to make. And we have worked with Lorraine in that regard. And I would say that, you know, very much to her credit, when we asked for the cash flow analysis from the city, you know, oftentimes when we're in that phase of a relationship, it can take weeks and sometimes months for us to receive kind of a cash flow schedule from our client staff. Lorena and her team were able to give that to us in a matter of days. So it really facilitates a more expedient implementation of the investment program. So again, once the liquidity portfolio is appropriately sized, focusing on that longer term core portion of the portfolio that is going to be the real driver of the performance of the investment program over time. The important consideration that you all will have to make this evening is that while we can demonstrate that both historically and we anticipate prospectively, a longer maturity strategy is going to provide the city with greater income and greater return over time, those longer duration strategies are subject to a little bit more market volatility. And so we'll have to find that appropriate level of volatility that is consistent with your risk tolerances, so that, you know, if you wake up and look at one of our quarterly investment reports or one of our monthly investment reports and you see a change in the market value of that portfolio, that you don't get sticker shock. And that's really one of the most important decisions that you're going to have to make, is that, and we can go through some of those metrics with you to make sure that the performance of that portfolio is consistent with your expectations, it's consistent with your risk tolerances, and, you know, any deviations or changes in market value are not going to be a surprise to you. They're going to be understandable based upon what's happening in the market. They're going to be understood in the context of your longer term objectives and your longer term plans. Investing involves risks, and we all know that. One of the most foundational principles of investment is the relationship between risk and return. There is only return for taking forms of risk. And the most significant risk to your portfolio is going to be interest rate risk. Longer term investments in the fixed income space are more sensitive to interest rate changes. So as interest rates increase and interest rates fall, the value of your portfolio will oscillate, and the degree of that variation is going to be a function of its maturity structure. And that's a point that we'll come back to and really want to get your feedback on as we look to begin implementing the investment strategy. So we mentioned that Lorena was very quick in providing us with the cash flow. This is a summary of her analysis. And in effect, what had been determined is right now the city's kind of overall investment program is around $140 million, you know, plus or minus. Based upon an evaluation of the city's cash flow forecasts, staff had identified that setting aside roughly $50 million as a liquidity reserve to kind of protect against unanticipated changes in revenues or expenditures provided, in their view, a sufficient cushion to kind of to weather the ups and downs in revenues and expenditures. The remaining 90 million of the portfolio would be what we refer to as your core portfolio. That's that portion of the portfolio you do not need to have liquid, that we can take out of lower yielding shorter term investments and focus on structuring a well-diversified portfolio on the longer portion of the yield curve that's going to be consistent with your risk tolerances and also provide you with exposure to higher income to benefit the city. In terms of the we have a little bit of a typo in this. There's some data missing off to the side of the slide, but that's okay. The important data is there. So, you know, we mentioned to you that one of the most important decisions that you'll have to make is what is the appropriate maturity structure for that longer term core portfolio. Here we're summarizing 20 years of annual investment performance for very common investment strategies for local agencies, both here in California and across the country. And so on the second line down, you'll see the average annual performance over the last 20 years for the state of California's local agency investment fund. That is the local government investment pool that is run by the state treasurer's office. It's a eligible investment for local agencies. The state pools investments, manages a relatively short-term portfolio that is accessible by local agencies throughout the state. It is by its design a short-term vehicle. It provides daily liquidity, dollars in, dollars out, with no variation in the value of the invested principal. Over the last 20 years, LAIF has provided an average annual return of 1.86% per year. So it hasn't been 1.86 every year, but on average, 1.86 per year over the last 20 years. By contrast, the two most common investment strategies for public agencies here in California and again throughout the country are going to be something structured similar to these two 1 to 3 and 1 to 5 year benchmark indices, similar to the S&P 500 that we're all familiar with for the equity markets. These are indices that track the performance of short-term U.S. Treasury, agency, and high-quality corporate bond markets, with the primary distinction being the 1 to 3 year is comprised of securities with terms to maturity of between 1 year and 3 years. The 1 to 5 year variation of that index is comprised of securities with maturities between 1 year and 5 years. So it's a little bit longer term. And so you can see that compared to LAIF, over the past 20 years, this 1 to 3 year strategy has generated an average annual return of about 2.72% per year. So a fairly significant, almost 1% per year increase over the local agency investment fund. The second column in labeled effective duration, what that is a measure of, it's very similar to the concept of maturity, but it tells us something very important about risk. What duration is a measure of, again, very closely linked to maturity, but it tells us the percentage change that your portfolio would experience if interest rates were to change by 1%. So bonds that are going to be comprising your portfolio, their prices are inversely related to interest rates. As interest rates rise, the value of bonds in your portfolio will decline on an unrealized basis. And similarly, as rates fall, the value of those securities will increase on an unrealized basis. Duration tells us if interest rates were to shift higher by 1 full percentage point, that is the percentage change that your market value would experience. So the 1 to 3 portfolio structure has a duration of about 1.88. That means if we woke up tomorrow, interest rates were 1% higher, the value of your portfolio would be lower on an unrealized basis by 1.86%. And so by extension, the 1 to 5 year portfolio has a little bit longer maturity, a little bit longer duration, about 2.6. So that same 1% change in rates would cause an unrealized change in that portfolio's market value of about 2.6%. But in exchange for that greater variability, that greater volatility of market value changes, you're getting incrementally greater average annual returns through those extensions of maturity. And that's generally because the yield curve, which is kind of a plotting of interest rates from 1 month all the way out to 30 years, is positively sloping. So you get paid in the form of a higher yield for buying longer term securities, as you would expect. You're locking up your money for a longer period of time. In exchange for that, you should be accepting a higher yield. So because of that, over time, those interest earnings to the portfolio accrue and result in greater returns for these longer duration portfolios. But you have to be willing to tolerate the unrealized changes in market values, which is why it's so important to appropriately scale that liquidity piece, because that means you've got enough money set aside that you won't have to dip into the portfolio and sell securities if interest rates are higher, for example, that you have the ability to ride out that volatility over time. And here's just a graphical representation of a growth of a $90 million portfolio invested 20 years ago in the state of California local agency investment fund compared to a portfolio that mimicked those 1 to 3 year and 1 to 5 year indices. Kind of the important takeaway of this slide is simply that compounding is really important. So, that 1% increase, for example, in the average annual returns between LAIF and a 1 to 3 year portfolio, has resulted in very meaningful differences in the growth of that portfolio. But the key to being able to achieve this kind of compounding, this kind of growth, is you have to be able to tolerate the volatility. And so the question, I think, before this council this evening is, 1 to 3 year portfolio is probably among the most popular strategy implemented by local agencies around the country. 1 to 5 year has been gaining in popularity because, if we go back a slide, if you woke up tomorrow and the value of the portfolio was lower by 1.8% or 2.6%, is that variation that much different in your minds, in your risk tolerances, relative to the expectation of the additional income or return that is going to be available through those strategies? And so it's about finding that balancing act between how much volatility that you are comfortable with in exchange for being able to pursue those greater returns that are going to be available through those longer term strategies. 1 to 3 and 1 to 5 are very common. It really comes down to your preferences in terms of risk tolerances. This is your first time in engaging the services of an investment advisory firm. Oftentimes when we're working with new clients in this area, there's a preference. Let's tiptoe into the 1 to 3 year strategy. It's not that much of a departure from LAIF, but it gives us the opportunity to participate in greater income. And as we get more comfortable with the process, perhaps we'll consider a 1 to 5 year strategy. And we have a lot of clients who actually use both of them. They have money set aside in LAIF for immediate liquidity, a 1 to 5 year portfolio, and then a longer term, 1 to 3 year portfolio, and then a longer term 1 to 5 year portfolio. So they're not mutually exclusive by any means. And so again, I think just the most important guidance that we need from you all is amongst these alternatives and kind of understanding that interplay between the potential market price volatility relative to the greater income and return that's going to be available, where does that fall within your range of comforts? And so with that, I'll pause and ask if there's any questions, because I know I've kind of said a lot to this point.
Before we get to the questions, I'd like the city attorney to give a little bit of background why we're employing these individuals, even in lieu of a city treasurer.
Certainly. So under the government code, beginning with section 53-600, the city council, not the city treasurer, is responsible for directing the investment of city funds. You can do that either by making all of the investment decisions yourself, or you can do that by delegating that responsibility to another city official. Historically, this city delegated that authority to the city treasurer. But as you can see, as time has gone on, this process, and I think that I particularly appreciated the slide that didn't just have safety, liquidity, and yield. It also had compliance and transparency. As this area has gotten more and more complex, as the city's fund balances have continued to get more and more, it became apparent to the city council that you needed institutional, experienced professionals guiding the investments of the city's funds. Now, that doesn't let the city council off the hook. The city council is responsible for selecting who is going to be, engaging in this activity. They need to make that selection with prudence. And so that was one of the reasons why the city council delegated the authority to the city manager or their designee, and then directed city staff to engage in a request for proposals process, where the city solicited and received proposals from numerous firms that were determined based on their qualifications and experience, and the cost of the city, which would be the most appropriate. And so basically this is a long way of saying, just like you employ a professional city engineer to do engineering for the city, just as you employ an attorney to take care of the legal requirements of the city, you also are capable and have employed the gentleman's firm to give advice on the investing of the city. Now, they have to do so consistent with an investment policy that has been adopted by the city council. The treasurer doesn't get to decide what the investment policy of the city is. Under state law, that's the city council's prerogative. And so one of the things that they're looking for here is, okay, so we have an investment policy that's been adopted. It was amended in March to change all references from city treasurer to city manager or designee in anticipation of this process. And now there are additional changes to that policy that they're looking to do, based on the fact that, like they said, this is all they do is investing for public agencies. So I think that was a long-winded answer to your question. I hope I hit it.
First of all, thank you for your presentation, and Lorena, thank you to you and your staff for, exceeding their expectations, based on other jurisdictions like they mentioned before. But thank you to you and your staff. Let's bring it to council now.
I think that one of the important things is for us to, we use the LAIF, and that's fine. But we need to make sure that we're not hoarding money in the city side and not investing what we have that's surplus. And I think we put that in our policy now. And so, moving forward, I think that we can do that. I would be okay with going the 1 to 3, 1 to 5. I don't know what you guys are feeling, but the complexness of what you do is appreciated. And we all recognize that. And that's why we chose your firm to be doing this for us. Maybe I can give an investment committee update right now instead of after our council reports, since we're talking about it. Is that okay? Our investment oversight committee met this last month, and the minutes won't be out and approved until the next meeting, obviously. But we had our city manager, our finance director, our city treasurer, and then Linda and I are the council members on there. And then Tom and Mark were there. They were able to identify 4 bonds that are out of compliance that the city had. And we had to take a vote on what to do with those bonds. So the comments earlier from the public refer to some of these. And I want you guys to know that it passed 4-1 to make those compliant with state law. The person that voted no was our city treasurer. And so when I talk about the complexity of this and the appreciation that we have for them, I just want you all to know that, and it will be public as soon as those minutes are ratified at the next meeting. But I think that that's important for everyone to know. We have to stay compliant with state law. And I think right here, this entire presentation gives us, the different risks that we could take, but these are all risks within our means, right? Correct? These are all risks that we would take within the law of the state of California.
That's correct. But what I would just add is, your investment policy is also consistent with the California State Code. So the California State Code has sections that deal with the investment of public funds, specifically section 53601, and it lays out, in addition to the types of investments that you're allowed to, other constraints in terms of credit quality, maturity restrictions, diversification requirements that all also guide the investment program. So the policy revisions that we had recommended and that were adopted this evening bring the policy into conformance with current state statutes, which it had not been updated, we think, in some time. So it is now consistent with state code. And the other point that I wanted to make was also that, when we talk about the 1 to 3 and 1 to 5 year strategies, that doesn't mean that your money is locked up and you cannot access it. But this portfolio is going to be comprised of very liquid securities with very active secondary markets. So if, absolutely, unexpected things happen and you needed to access those funds, they are easily converted to cash, just with greater volatility. So if we were to have to liquidate portions of those securities and, let's say, interest rates had risen, it could just expose you to the risk of having to realize a modest loss on one of those transactions. And that's why, again, scaling the liquidity is so important. But I think that's an important point for you all to understand, is that money is not like tied up in bank CDs that you pay penalties to access. It's in actively traded securities, large liquid secondary markets. We can liquidate and convert to cash, within 2 or 3 days, the entirety of the portfolio. So we wanted you to be aware of that as well.
And our committee did take recommendations, and we gave all of our changes to the public trust advisors, and then they went through the entire policy. So that's how we got our policy that was, quote unquote, not reviewed by the committee. Okay. I just want everybody to be up to date on what's going on.
What goes on when we're out of compliance? What's the result? The end result?
I don't know. The state could come down or something.
There's no real enforcement mechanism. It's really more about a self-regulatory requirement. So there's no, I don't think, bite, for example, from the state, but it exposes the city to other criticisms, to other, questions regarding, internal policies, procedures. How do you get, non-compliant securities in your portfolio? What are your oversight practices? And it raises potential other concerns. So that's the biggest risk.
Well, I will freely admit that this is way out of my personal area of expertise. So I really am reliant on experts. I know when I don't know something, and this is one of those categories. But I do appreciate you mentioning just now about the liquidity, because God forbid that we experience something like Kentucky is going through in the towns that have been devastated, and I can't even imagine where to begin with a lot of that, and obviously you need liquidity to be able to get the money quickly and not have it encumbered,
correct,
and have to pay penalties. So that's a real important. I couldn't give you a number or a percentage. I just know that in times of disaster, we've got to be able to have readily available cash to undertake things that we need to recover.
If I could chime in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you know, this presentation was good, and we went over some of this in our in the committee meeting. But I think number one, the compliance issue is extremely important, and then safety of principle, of course, is extremely important. But the rest of the investment strategy, I personally don't have a problem with the 1 to 3 and 1 to 5, a combination thereof, and whatever seems to be available, and the restrictions on what municipalities can invest in, for the most part, are conservative investments, which is good. But it's a great presentation. I really appreciate it. And it just brought home to me why I'm no longer a stockbroker, because I don't like bonds. But good presentation. I do have a couple questions on slides that you didn't cover, if I may.
Yeah, and there was a couple that we were going to get to as some follow-up comments, but I think your questions are a great opportunity for us to address those. So please.
Okay, the additional considerations, the investment policy certification and portfolio rating, what does that buy us?
Yeah, so this was something, we understand that as you all are kind of re-envisioning the investment program, you've engaged with a third-party advisor. Some other kind of best practices that we think, can be viewed very favorably in terms of ensuring that council has appropriate oversight to the process, that there's appropriate transparency in place with the public, would include pursuing the certification of your investment policy by the California Municipal Treasurers Association. So the CMTA, as it's referred to, has a program where public agencies can submit their investment policy to a state organization of investment professionals who will review your investment policy, ensure that it is consistent with state statute, that it includes industry best practices and other safeguards for the stewardship of public funds, and they will issue a certificate that it has met their criteria, it's passed their certification program. It's a nice feather in the hat of the investment program, shows that some third-party external due diligence has been provided, to the policy. The other
is there a fee for that, or is this a no-cost thing that the state of California does for us?
Yeah, there's no cost, is my understanding for that. And if it was, it would be a very nominal, couple $100 charge. But my understanding is it's free.
Okay.
And then the other item that we had was you can pursue to have your portfolio rated by Standard & Poor's. So Standard & Poor's is one of the 3 main nationally recognized statistical rating organizations. There's S&P, Moody's, and Fitch. So Standard & Poor's has a program where they provide a fund rating. They will go in once the portfolio strategy is in place, the portfolio is constructed. They will go in and do evaluation of that portfolio, its holdings, the credit profile of the instruments within the portfolio. They'll have conversations with Lorraine, her staff, regarding the cash flow management process. And they'll talk with us as your advisor about our internal controls, practices, procedures for managing the portfolio. And they will issue a rating on the portfolio. We've done this for many other clients, and we would fully expect that the portfolio would get a AAA, the highest credit quality rating that it could, from Standard & Poor's. I think the benefits of that is very similar to the policy certification. It just, again, provides another layer of external review of the portfolio, the investment program. independent third party, rating by a nationally recognized, rating organization. And again, just a level of additional due diligence that is really above and beyond. Now, and is, yeah, updated annually. And there is a hard cost to that. I think we recently did this for another client. I think it was $10,000, which is, separate from our advisory fee. This would be something that the city would coordinate directly for payment. But again, I think there's a lot of benefits to pursuing that because of just the additional oversight and credibility and transparency that it gives to your program.
Would this be utilized or beneficial if the city were considering floating bonds for, for any type of infrastructure improvements or anything like that?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. And to be clear, it would not. This would not represent, their review of the city's credit profile. It would really just represent the investment portfolio. So
okay,
cover the broader finances or credit situation of the city.
Okay, thank you very much.
There was one other point that we were asked to just update the council on, since the point was brought up regarding the non-compliant municipal bonds. We did want to let you know that per the Oversight Committee's directive, we did liquidate and sell those securities. So they're no longer in the portfolio. There were realized gains because those securities were purchased in a much higher interest rate environment. And so because interest rates have fallen so dramatically, the sale of those securities results in, fairly substantial realized gains to the city. I think they were roughly $47,000 of realized gains on the sale of approximately $3 million or so of municipal bonds. So it accomplished a couple of things. So we sold the non-compliant securities, so they've left the portfolio. You have a realized gain, and now these proceeds can be reinvested in now compliant securities within the context of the broader investment strategy, which we are looking to get the direction on this evening.
Well, we like the 1 to 5.
I think a combination of the 1 to 3 and 1 to 5.
Do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the strategy you presented. I would think that as long as you keep it, you know what I mean? I don't think that we have anything there's nothing up there that we don't like. So we just
the portfolio would be comprised of fully eligible securities consistent with your investment policy, consistent with the California state statutes. The one area of clarification, if you all are considering the concept of both a 1 to 3 and a 1 to 5, we would then just need also further direction in terms of what your preferred split was between the 1 to 3 strategy and a 1 to 5 strategy.
Did you hear that, Linda?
I did. My thinking on that, my thinking is that maybe like a 60-40. I mean, 40 in the 1 to 5 and 60 in the 1 to 3. And I don't know, is that industry standard? That would be my call, just to have more in the shorter term, which is more secure than the 1 to 5. But it's all secure considering the quality of investments that we have to have. So give me some feedback on that one.
Yeah, no, that is correct. Everything would be, secure, consistent with statute and policy. And there's no necessarily industry standard for this kind of a split. This is really the nuance that comes down to each agency's kind of preferences. We would acknowledge, though, and consistent with, I think, the direction that you're leaning in, typically when there is a separation between a 1 to 3 and a 1 to 5 strategy, typically the shorter term, more conservative 1 to 3 strategy will take a higher allocation.
Yeah.
Because it's, you think of it as like, layers of risk. Your liquidity portfolio is very conservative. The 1 to 3 is the next layer of your portfolio, which is a little bit longer term. And then the more aggressive 1 to 5 strategy is typically the smallest piece of that overall allocation.
So her recommendation of 60-40 is.
And that wouldn't have to be followed, precisely. It's just what the majority of would be in the 1 to 3, and then the balance are, like 40% in 1 to 5, just to give us coverage.
Yeah, that's correct. And I would also want to bring up too that this would require that the city establish another custody account. So your portfolio, that we would be managing is going to be held in a separate custody account through an agreement that the city already has with your custodian. They hold the assets in your name. We are provided with read-only access, so we can access the information online, and then trade authority is provided, which is already in place from the city to the custodian that lets them accept trade instructions from us. If you wanted to have a 1 to 3 and a 1 to 5 strategy, you would have to establish another custody account to hold the other 1 to 5 year portfolio, which would incur some additional fees from the bank, not overly substantial, but a couple $1,000s per year.
Question, have we done that in the past? I thought Mellon was was that our custodial bank?
Yeah, so BNY Mellon is the custody bank, and they currently hold all the assets in one account. If you had a separation of strategies to make the accounting of the strategies clean, they would need to be separated into separate accounts. So one account would hold the assets in the 1 to 3 year strategy. The other account would hold the assets allocable to your 1 to 5 year strategy, and that just makes the administration very clean. Yeah, same bank. It would be a same bank, and they might even be able to open up on a sub account basis with even more nominal fees.
I'd like to get Lorena's opinion on that, if she's still there.
She is. I'm here and I'm still awake almost. I really trust the professionals and their advice. So if they feel that that's a good strategy, then I'm okay with it.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I would assume that the fee structure is not that detrimental, shall we say, since they are the custodial bank.
Said no. All right, I believe I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Grupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Grupa,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Mills,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes to approve the investment strategy with the Public Trust Advisors and providing direction to staff for the strategy 1 to 3 years at 60% and 1 to 5 years at 40% strategy, and establishing a custody account.
All right, moving on to 21F, discussion.
Can I ask a question just for clarification here? Do we have to approve the investment policy that has been updated also?
That was in the consent calendar.
Oh, you're right, it was. Okay, I'm fine. It's getting late. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time this evening. We look forward to working with you.
Okay, so now we have 21F, discussion regarding parking exceptions for outdoor restaurant seating parklets.
Good evening, Mayor Lilienthal, members of the City Council and community. I'm Monique Alanese Flater, Principal Planner. The discussion this evening is regarding parking exceptions for outdoor restaurant seating. The discussion aligns with organizational effectiveness, as well as partnership and collaboration, in that we are looking to support our business communities and our restaurant communities, as well as continue to look at best practices in looking at the zoning code if updates are needed. The proposal would be an initiation. The applicant would be the city of Hemet. The property owners would be various within the city, citywide, and it would pertain to commercial zone properties. In March of 2020, the mayor and city council proclaimed a local emergency in connection with the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Subsequently, on July 14th, 2020, the City Council ratified the city manager's action to allow the use of parking lot spaces associated with restaurants to be used for placement of tables and chairs for outdoor dining under the authority provided by our Hemet Municipal Code and to be in compliance with the governor's guidelines and orders. Under that approval, the Community Development Director has the authority to approve temporary use permit as part of that outdoor dining with the allowance for a reduction in parking to accommodate the outdoor dining space, as well as extension as needed through the pandemic. However, more recently, the Riverside County in June of 2021 of this year and the rest of the state reopened and thereby allows all restaurants and bars to operate indoor at full capacity. And since then, many restaurants have assumed indoor operations. However, it's been requested by our business community that the city allow the continuation of outdoor dining within existing parking lot spaces on a more permanent basis. Also notably, on October 11th of this year, 2021, the governor signed into law SB 314, permitting outdoor dining and alcohol service to continue for a one-year grace period after the governor's pandemic emergency order has been lifted. This allows the licensees to continue to exercise their privileges under the COVID-19 temporary catering authorization. And the purpose of this mandate is to address the economic loss restaurants and bars have experienced due to COVID-19 and to protect against further loss. This will be in effect until July 1st, 2024. So the discussion this evening is requesting council's guidance on options. The first option would be to continue allowing the outdoor dining use parking lot spaces through the temporary use permit process with extensions as needed for our restaurants. This would only allow temporary structures such as tables and chairs and tents. Or alternatively, the council can consider the outdoor seating parklets. And this is a concept that's been utilized throughout the United States in several communities. It's very popular in the downtown setting. So a parklet is a semi-temporary restaurant seating area constructed on a raised platform in a parking space. It's also includes special design features that can include railing, landscaping, some lighting potentially. It is more of an aesthetic design within community. So this is a popular design. Here is an outdoor seating in New York and in Wisconsin. It's also popular in the West, in Palm Springs and Santa Monica. This is also an example of the downtown Village Promenade in Laguna Beach. So if should the council desire to proceed with this potential zoning code update, some of the areas or points that would be included in the zoning code amendment would include safety features and design elements such as buffers and traffic barriers, railing, deck material, barriers, seating, vegetation and landscaping, location, public restrooms, whether or not it needs, it needs a building permit, which it would need a building permit. Also a review through our fire department, public works, and engineering, as well as potentially allowing for a reduction in parking, a small reduction in parking in commercial centers. This concludes my presentation on the outdoor seating parklets. Open to answer any questions and would seek the council's direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, council.
All right, I think we need to just make this permanent and keep it going. It's almost midnight.
Yes.
I like
that or what?
I like
Yeah.
the
Oh.
parklets.
Yeah.
Linda, do you want to make the motion?
Sure, I will make a motion that we direct staff to prepare an amendment to, you just took it off my screen, now I can't read it. Well, the second option on there. Oh. But to go with, direct staff to go with the zoning amendment for parklets and looking at all the aspects of safety and aesthetics.
Russ,
I'll
what
second
was it?
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a question of staff. So sorry to interrupt the motion process, but I'm curious to know, because historically we require businesses to have a certain amount of off-street parking. And by allowing the exterior dining to accommodate COVID restrictions, we took away parking spaces. And so my question is, have we experienced complaints from other businesses? I'm thinking of one location comes to mind. It's an L-shaped strip mall where we have two parklet structures that are encroaching in existing parking spaces for restaurants. But there's other businesses in that strip mall. And so have we had any complaints from other businesses that are not restaurants that are saying, hey, we're not getting the business that we could because there's not enough parking?
If I could, I'd like to defer that question to our Community Development Director, H.P. King.
And I know you probably don't have any statistics on that, and it would require some kind of a rhetorical estimate, but I'm always concerned about when we have ordinances that require that they have a certain number of parking spaces and then we take some away. How does that wash?
Sure, let me try to answer that. Generally, when we ask for a parking criteria or parking requirements for a business, it's at a maximum or full capacity of the center as a whole. That means all the operations have to be working and operating at 100% capacity at the same time. Generally, that doesn't happen. So you have some flexibility between businesses that maybe one business will be operating at 70%, another business may be operating at 60%, another business may be operating at 90%. So there's constant turnover on parking spaces. So as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I'm aware, that there has not been a formal complaint to the city that they're lacking parking spaces due to this type of use.
Okay, that would be the only concern. I think clearly it was a prudent move to allow the accommodation of that, because it allowed our restaurants to stay in business, and that was a good thing. But now that they can operate indoors, it's still a good thing that they can operate indoors and have additional space for outdoors, so that enhances their overall business. So obviously the root of my question was, are we doing so at the expense of other businesses? And it doesn't sound like, at least at this point, it's not an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. So I have a motion and a second. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 to approve staff recommendation option 2, amend the zoning code to allow outdoor seating parklets for restaurants within existing parking lot spaces. This would also allow the reduction in the required parking standards allowed for semi-permanent structures within an existing parking space and specific design guidelines.
And ladies and gentlemen, our final item, 21G, second story design ordinance to direct staff for possible zoning ordinance amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council and members of the community. This is a discussion to consider a second story design ordinance. The proposal aligns with quality of life of the council strategic plan, and it is intended to enhance the visual appearance of the community, as well as to mitigate privacy impacts and visual mass and bulk of new multi-story homes and additions. Would be a city-initiated zoning code amendment. It would impact residential zoning districts. The city has experienced extreme single-family residential development growth in the past 18 months. And the city currently has 4 to 5 national home builders and multiple local builders that have entitled approximately 3,000 units. Some of the tracks have laid dormant for several years or decades and are being revisited by the development community. With this increase, the city has experienced new development adjacent to existing neighborhoods with residents they've enjoyed openness of vacant properties surrounding their properties and their rear yards. So the purpose is to mitigate privacy impacts and to soften the visual mass and appearance of two-story development or multi-story development adjacent to existing neighborhoods. So the proposed ordinance, what we'd like to do, just kind of give you an essence of what the ordinance that would come before you would include. The ordinance would include design techniques to mitigate privacy through building envelope, criteria to reduce appearance of mass and scale, specific window placement and balcony or placement to minimize sight lines, as well as privacy planting and distance between structures. So this first diagram illustrates a provision in which the upper story of a new construction adjacent to a single story would be applied. So in this example, we have a two-story home, a new two-story home next to a single-story home. The single story is existing. They're both 60 by 100. They're both a 6,000 square foot lot. They both have 20-foot rear yard setbacks. Utilizing this angle method, now the degree or the plane that we would use would, this is the worst case scenario, or it could be worse, a 25-degree angle plane where that would eliminate a two-story within that plane. And in this example, it results in stepping back the upper story approximately 23 feet back. So not only do you have a 20-foot setback, you have an additional 20-foot stepped back upper floor with using this method and using this degree of plane. The greater the plane, if you went to 45 degrees, it would bring the upper floor closer to the rear yard. So that is something we will look at. We can look at when studying and evaluating best recommendations for this this portion of the ordinance. Here's also an example of what another home builder has done already in the city that worked well, in which the when it was adjacent to a single story. This is a 2-story home, but it appears to be single story from the rear yard. There are no windows, and it's also it's angled in a similar configuration as illustrated in the example above. The this illustration shows ways that we can reduce the appearance of mass. We can look at how much percentage of the 2nd-story facade should be stepped back from the ground floor adjacent, or you know, how many feet. So examples provided, similar examples from the city of San Mateo, they recommend you know, not have a the illustration on the left versus on the right. You see that the upper floor is stepped back, it's pulled back, it's less massive. There's more articulation and architectural detail on this. Where the city of San Luis Obispo, they also have a provision where they allow up to 50% of the rear facade, and then they require the upper floor to be stepped back to minimize sight lines in privacy. So this can actually improve privacy, also depending upon window orientation. So there's something for us to consider. This is the example of the city of San Luis Obispo, where they allow for 50% of the rear facade of the home to be at the facade and stepped back 1 to 6 feet towards the front of the home. Now this could be flipped. We could do different scenarios where this could work in any situation. Other communities also include a step back provision where you have every 2 feet, every 1 foot is 1 foot in height is stepped back 2 feet. This example provided on the top from the city of Beaumont, their requirement is if you have a single-story home or a single family home adjacent to a multifamily, anything over 35 feet has to be stepped back 15 feet, the upper floor. Whereas in the city of Spokane, they also have something similar. Now this example is not an apples to apples comparison because the city of Beaumont was a multifamily development next to single family. Whereas the city of Spokane, this is an example where you have a single family residential home next to a commercial development, but it's a similar concept. We can utilize this same concept to step back our 2-story development away from single-story homes. Window placement and privacy planting is also an important consideration. In these examples, where the top exhibit is a bird's eye aerial or section view showing where those windows could be located strategically so that neighbors are not looking into each other's living rooms or bedrooms or bathrooms. Whereas the example below in section also shows how landscaping can also achieve screening, as well as clear story windows or windows that have a higher sill height. That can also achieve privacy. So there's many ways that we can create or structure this ordinance And as prepared in the draft ordinance, it gives the baseline of what we would like to present or to the council to consider moving forward with a zoning code amendment. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, council. Do you have any questions for her?
I have some comments. I could?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It's very thorough. It has a lot of options in it. And I like the options and I like the consideration that is given to existing single-story homes. I talked to the city manager a little bit about this, and we don't want to run into any possible litigation with developers who have already had their plans approved and their plot plans approved and whatever. So is there any way to incorporate some of these landscaping or setback things without incurring litigation? And would there be any way that if plans are already have been approved by planning and by city, that it could just apply to future building? And that's just kind of a throw out question because I don't know the answers to them.
Why don't I field that one, Mayor? So I can tell you that I can't guarantee that anything the city does won't result in litigation against the city. You know, we can't control the actions of third parties. But I think that the concern that you've raised is a valid one. But I think that going in this direction, as opposed to the way the city is currently operating, which is where we have developers coming into design review with plot plans, and the planning commission is attempting to respond to the concerns of the community. But the developers have already invested a significant amount of time and resources into putting their development together. And I think one of the dynamics we've seen at play here is, you know, even when we're looking at the initial steps in the subdivision, just looking at lot size. When a developer is looking at their lot size, they're looking at the zoning code and they're looking at, well, what kind of product can we place here that's going to be marketable? And when the city comes during design review and has significant problems with the products that are being proposed, even though those products comply with the zoning code, I think that the status quo has a higher chance of an unfortunate misunderstanding with one of the developers or one of our residents in the community. I think that the goal of this ordinance would be to give the developers and the community objective standards that they can look at so they know what's expected when they're coming into planning commission. It's not going to be, well, how many people are going to show up today? Is my project going to get approved? They would know what the requirements are from the city. And I think that that's definitely a better place to be. I think in terms of what projects is the ordinance going to apply to, I think that that's something that we would want to give the council advice on that in the form of an attorney-client communication, so you'd be aware. But I certainly believe that the intent would not be to disrupt any vested land rights that already exist to the extent they exist.
So if we went forward to say, go ahead with this building code ordinance, it would be okay as it stands, and then each item you would bring to us with whatever? I mean, this would be okay.
I believe that the intent would be to, once we have some feedback from the council on what elements of the discussion and the draft ordinance you've been presented you like, I think at that point, you'll probably have staff put together a draft ordinance that incorporates those elements. I think that they would be wise to consult with the development community regarding what their thoughts are on that proposed ordinance. And then it would go through the process of going to the planning commission and then back to the city council for approval. I think that the intent would be, to the extent it is enforceable, it would be to enforce it on projects that are coming forward. To the extent that there may be some questions about the ability of the city to enforce it, I think at that point it would be viewed just like a design guidelines used to be viewed, which is, this is what it should be. And then the planning commission would have to do a case by case analysis of projects coming forward to see what they're going to do during that design review process.
Okay. Well, I like several of the options that were given. I mean, I like the changing in the windows. I like setbacks on the second story. And I like the landscaping options, but could we incorporate more than one?
I think you absolutely could. I think that's the first three, angle, and then the foot for foot setback. I think those are just a couple of different ways of restating basically the same thing. But I think it's sort of what way is the council most comfortable with having that information conveyed. But you can absolutely combine them. Many communities have.
Okay.
There questions or comments?
Well, I too like several of the options that have been presented. I like the illustration that San Mateo uses, because that's a very clear visual statement of what they're looking for conceptually. So I think that is good. I think offsetting the windows is a good concept because it addresses the direct, looking from my window into my neighbor's window issue, and also the landscaping component. So I think those are all good design concepts that we should consider.
There are no more comments or questions. Can I have a motion in a second?
We need a motion, or are we just giving direction?
We would like to have direction, clear direction on what items we would incorporate into any amendment that we would bring forward to council.
All right, I move that staff brings back an amendment using these creative things that you presented, the creative angles. I don't want to pick every single one. I'm not the designer.
So is there a preference on which items the council strongly likes?
I think they're all good ideas. I mean, they're creative, right? The second story that's offset, the angles. I think I would say that they all apply, or at least you could say, what if you had an ordinance that is, you need to meet like 2 out of the 5 ideas or something cute like that.
So Monique, if there's no other comments from the council, is that enough flexibility that you need on your side to be able to develop language that we would then bring back to the council that incorporates all of the items that are there?
Yes, I am comfortable with the comments received, except for the the provision where you have a step back. If you have a 1 foot, 1 foot in height and then 2 foot step back, I don't think we need to utilize that based off all of the options. Now we can, but that might interfere with one or the other. So if you prefer the angled, we can do a study on the angle planes to see how that works. And if you'd like, we can bring back all options.
Yeah, I think I like the angle approach because it's not so restrictive. If you start putting finite dimensions in, you're going to find a situation that it just won't work. But if you use angles, you could probably create something. And I think that's all we're trying to do, is give guidance to the developers to say, if you're going to be putting this project in, adjacent to an existing development, these are things that we want you to incorporate into your plan. And if I was a developer, I would appreciate that direction. And I think adding in landscaping as an alternative means of screening when you can't fit anything else, it won't work, then landscaping option should be available.
Right.
Is that the form of a friendly amendment to your motion?
All a motion and amendment. Mhm. Yes, everything he said.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk.
And then also to the recommendation does request that this item get removed from the future agenda items. So we would just bring forward the ordinance once it's developed.
Excellent. And remove this from the future agenda item list.
Yes, thank you, council member.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Mills,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Now, listen, I have a question about that last thing. And we just said remove from the future agenda item list. We haven't been removing them until they're done and voted on because it's our reminder list.
Yeah, so on this one, you can provide a deadline of which you want this back to the council for the ordinance amendment. So if there's a date that you would like to set, we can take that as
You're
the
just
date.
promising me that you have a checklist that's better than the future agenda item list?
Actually, I do.
Okay.
It's right here. If you would like to provide a date, we can certainly do that.
I don't need to provide you a date, but I just don't want it to get forgotten.
Yes.
Okay. Because we're deviating from the plans. Okay.
All right, we're gonna move to number 22, City Council and Staff Reports.
In the interest of time, I'll forego making any reports on my list of items. And I truly appreciate staff's indulgence with us as we crunch through this.
Councilmember Krupa.
The only thing I have to report is that Thursday afternoon will be Larry Rubio's last board meeting as CEO of Riverside Transit Agency, and the new CEO will be taking over on December 31st. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Krupa. If it's all right with the council, I'm going to go ahead and move on to City Manager report.
Nothing for me, Mayor.
All right. 23, do any of our city council members have any requests for future agenda items?
Not today.
All right. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on Tuesday, January 11th.
Housing Authority.
2021. Thank you for joining us through tonight.
2022.
Oh, wow. No. All right. Put that one more thing.
Housing Authority.
Okay. Good evening. I would like to call December 14/15 Pavement Housing Authority meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website, the Telecom, for public comment, and I would like to remind the board to have their microphones turned on and positioned so that the audience can hear. All right. Any communications from the public?
Thank you, Mayor. If there's anyone who'd like to speak, now is the time to unmute yourself or raise your hand. There's a couple attendees on Zoom, so just give you a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered public comment.
Okay, let's move on to roll call. And for the record, Board Member Krupa is participating via Zoom.
Board Member Brown?
Here.
Board Member Males? Here.
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Here.
Board Member Lowenthal?
Here.
Board Member Krupa?
Here.
All members are present.
All right, so moving on to reorganization of housing authority. So we will now move to having a report from the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to call for a nomination for the chair. So if there's a board member that would like to make a nomination, now's the time for anyone to make a nomination for the chair position.
Nominate Malcolm Lilienthal to serve as chair.
Second.
Have a motion in a second, city clerk.
Motion by Board Member Brown, second by Board Member Meyer, to appoint Lilienthal as the new chair. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Krupa?
Yes.
Board Member Lowenthal?
Yes.
Board Member Males?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
All right, now we'll open the nomination for vice chairman. Are there any nominations?
Nominate Carly Meyer for vice chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, city clerk.
Motion by Board Member Brown, second by Board Member Krupa. Board Member Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Krupa?
Yes.
Board Member Lowenthal?
Yes.
Board Member Males? Board Member Meyer? That motion passes.
And moving to item 5, consent calendar. So all these items will be acted upon at the same time unless a board member wants to talk about it for separate consideration. Are there any members of the board that would like to pull any of the consent items?
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Motion by Board Member Brown, second by Board Member Krupa. Board Member Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Krupa?
Yes.
Chair Lowenthal?
Yes.
Board Member Males?
Yes.
Vice Chair Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes to approve the consent calendar 5-0.
Item number 6, do we have any feature agenda items we want to add?
Oh, I don't think so.
All right. Is there any other discussions or anything? If not, I'd like to move to adjournment. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you guys for joining us.